Morning, everyone.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Morning, Councilor Flaherty. All right, Mike, do you want to try turning on video and audio? Aha. Can you guys try saying something? I don't hear anything.
Madam Chair, I'm here just for a few minutes. I'm going to try to stay on as long as possible.
Great, thank you, Councilor
That's why
Sutton.
so if I disappear, I am gone.
All right, I got it. I see Public Works, but I don't yet hear Public Works. You guys are talking? Do other people hear them talking?
I do not.
Okay. Yeah, guys, it sounds like we might have an issue with audio on your side. Okay, great. So you can hear me. Yeah, no, we still can't hear you, but just keep us posted.
Good morning, good morning, Kenzie.
Morning, Liz. How are you?
Good. I'm
Happy
sort of
Monday.
bouncing. I'm catching up on some phone calls this morning, and I'm ready to go when you are. So I'm going to put you on mute and keep going until I'm called on to participate.
Sounds good. We're just waiting for Public Works to get audio, and then we'll get going.
All right.
Oh wait. Yes.
Hey, see that?
Excellent. All right. Wonderful. And you've got everyone you need on your side?
Yes, we do, yes.
Okay, great, fantastic. Then I think, and I see we're live on YouTube. Candace or Carrie, are we ready?
We're all set, Madam Chair.
Excellent, excellent. All right. Then we will get going because we've got lots of ground to cover. I'm calling this hearing of the Boston City Council's Ways and Means Committee to order. For the record, my name is Kenzie Bach. I'm the District 8 City Councilor and also the Chair of the Council's Committee on Ways and Means. This hearing is being recorded. It's being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and also broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and FiOS Channel 964. It's part of a council budget process that encompasses about 35 working sessions and hearings focused on every aspect of the FY22 proposed city budget. And we do encourage residents to come and take advantage of this process and give testimony and participate. You can do that in a number of ways. One is if you want to sign up to testify today, if you go to boston.gov/budget-testify, you can find out how to do that. I know we've got some folks already signed up planning to join us. You can also send your written comments to ccc.wm, that's WM for Ways and Means, ccc.wm@boston.gov. You can submit a video, which will play at a future hearing. At the end of it, you can also come to our dedicated public testimony hearing. So on May 25th at 6 p.m., we'll be taking, which is tomorrow, we'll be taking testimony on BPS. And on June 3rd at 6 p.m., we'll be taking testimony on any aspect of the budget. So if you miss this hearing and you still want to testify, come to that. Or you can always informally send us your questions and comments at #BOSSBudget, that's BOS budget. And if you want to see the whole calendar of hearings, go to boston.gov/council-budget for our whole calendar. Today's hearing is on docket 0524 to 0526, orders for the FY22 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations for the school department and for other post-employment benefits. Docket 0527 to 0528, orders for capital fund transfer appropriations. And docket 0529 to 0531, orders for the capital budget, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. Those are the names of all the dockets for our budget. Our actual focus today will be on the Boston Public Works Department and the Boston Transportation Department. We'll be hearing from Public Works first, and we'll do a round of questions for them, and then from BTD, and do a round of questions for them. I'm pleased to be joined here today by my colleagues, Councillor Liz Braden of District 9, Councillor Michael Flaherty at large, Councillor Anissa Sabi-George at large, Councillor Andrea Campbell, District 4, Councillor Julia Mejia at large, and Councillor Matt O'Malley, District 6, and our council president. And now, I think without further ado, I will send it over to Michael Brull, our superintendent of street operations, and his team from Public Works to kick it off.
Councilor, thank you very much. And we got a room full of people here to hopefully assist, help, and answer some questions that come up. My name is Mike Brull. I'm the superintendent of street operations for Public Works Department. I'm joined here by a few folks who will introduce themselves, but they oversee hardworking men and women who do a lot of good work, basic city service work, moving the city forward, keeping it clean. And I'll pass up the power first.
Good morning, Councillor Parag, Senior City Engineer.
Good morning, John Rosella, Chief Engineer, Construction Maintenance Section.
Good morning, Brian Coughlin, Superintendent of Waste Reduction.
Good morning, Dennis Roach, Assistant Superintendent of Waste Production, also working in the financial budget.
So again, folks in this room manage and oversee the budget that we're presenting that we're both proud of, but also, again, just to kind of reiterate, it's been an awkward year, to say the least. It's been a different year. And the folks that do the work actually, who probably should be here, answer the questions because they know it more than all of us, should really take a bow themselves, but we're here to represent them today.
Great. Do you want to make any remarks to start out, or should we go straight into questions and stuff?
No, if you want to jump into it, I think we're here for it.
Okay, great. Wonderful. So why don't I'm just going to go straight to Councillor colleagues, and the first one will be Councillor Braden. The order is Braden, Flaherty, Campbell, Asabi, George, Mejia, O'Malley. And I know folks we have some questions from the working session, and I know that everyone's always got lots of questions for Public Works. Before we go, could you just, Mike, could you just remind folks, because I think that this often comes up, obviously you and BTD work in tandem on a lot of things, and we're having your hearing together today, but you do have slightly different responsibilities, and just for efficiency's purpose, we're doing Public Works first and then BTD. So if you can just remind councilors sort of the distinction of what you oversee.
Sure. So in the things that we core to just Public Works, we oversee the trash and recycling program across the city. That's our residential. That affects 700,000 residents. Touched every day, Monday through Friday. 60 to 70,000 homes are picked up. We manage 67,000 streetlights in the city. That is 63,000 electric, about 4,000 gas. And with that is also the new DAS antenna poles as well that's being added to the inventory. We've got folks in the room here. John Vizzello oversees the sidewalk and street repaving, resurfacing program. You've got code enforcement, which is also working underneath Public Works since the city council moved it over to us in 2015. We've got our Jason, who oversees the capital plan, and that's a planning of larger projects. Projects that John Vizzello's team would be doing the work on. That's where that cross would be going on with BTD helping with the design. We have permitting office, which permits occupancy and digs across the city. They also permit things like food trucks, moving trucks, sidewalk work, things of that nature. We've got central fleet maintenance, which oversees 1,200 vehicles in our fleet. And when I say our fleet, that fleet becomes across multi-departments, where they have oversight, maintenance, care, purchasing, and the like. Anything I'm leaving out?
In addition to what Mike Broad said, council is the best way. Another way of looking at it, the city has 800 miles of roadways. The distinction between Public Works and the Transportation Department, if I might use this analogy, Public Works is like the landlord who owns the house, and the Transportation Department regulates the people that are in the house. So that's one way of looking at it. We own the streets, and that is 800 miles council that has an asset value of somewhere between $5 to $6 billion. It's a huge investment which the city has, and we are continuing to keep it in a state of good repair, both the roads and the bridges, the sidewalks, and when we do this repair work, we try to do it in a transformative way, working very closely with our fellow members at the Transportation Department, so that way the livability of our city is as best as it can be.
Thanks, Mark. I should also jump in and say we're also hearing concern for litter baskets, street sweeping, and obviously snow and ice control out of our highway division. That's a unit that works 24/7, 365 days a year.
Great. Thank you so much for that overview. And with that, I'll jump over to Councillor Braden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking, thank you for all you folks at Public Works. The yard over here on Western Ave they do a phenomenal job of responding to our calls and taking quick action on all the needs of our constituents. I had in my questions to you, I had some questions about the public paths, the Monastery Road path and the, and maybe this is not the right department. And then there's the Foster Street path. I was wondering if we have a status report on those. I know the public paths and stairways are something that our constituents use a lot, but it's not always on the top of the priority list.
Councillor, if I may.
Yes.
Councillor, so the Monastery Park, Councillor, that's the one that goes. Okay, so Monastery Park, we reconstructed that staircase. We finished that last year, so it should be fairly, very decent shape. So that is one. Then there's another series of staircases, Councillor, of Foster Street. That goes to the McLaughlin Park. And interestingly, Councillor, there are 3 staircases that go up to the park, and all 3 are under the care and custody of the city's Parks Department.
Yeah, the one I'm thinking about is between Foster Street and it goes over between Chestnut Hill Ave area and down onto Foster Street. It's a cut through. It is through an urban wild, and
Yes.
it just needs some serious restoration. There's a lot of erosion of the path. It must have been asphalted at some stage, but the asphalt's all torn up, and it's not really a safe way to go. But it's well used by our residents.
Councillor, if it is to your liking, I or one of my team members, including me, I would be happy to meet out there at your convenience or meeting with a member of your staff, Councillor, if that is okay with you. So this way, nothing is lost in the translation as to what is the location that needs attention, and rather than us doing it is this department or the other department, hopefully we can give you a concise response, if that is to your liking.
Thank you. And let me see what else I had here. Oh, you got my answer with this. I think that's all. We've had an extensive conversation about the Alston Brighton mobility study on another forum. So I think that's all I have for now, Madam Chair. I'm sure I may have other questions as time goes on. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Councillor Braden. Next up, Councillor Flaherty, and I'll send councillors the order. Councillor Flaherty. I think actually we just lost Councillor Flaherty. Next up instead is Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Councillor Bach, and thank you guys for all of your hard work. Really appreciate the work you're doing, particularly in the midst of COVID, coming out of COVID. You guys have been on the front line since the very beginning. So thank you so very much. I also want to express gratitude on the behalf of my team. We are sending emails and calling you guys a lot, and you guys respond in real time. So thank you very much. I'll jump right into some of my questions. And I'm assuming Public Works and Transportation are all on, right, Councilor Bach? Right?
No, sorry,
Just
Councillor
Public Works, and then-
Councillor Campbell, we're doing Public Works and then we're doing BTD. There were just so many questions that we decided to split it.
Perfect. So I'll start with my Public Works questions. The first is we get a lot of, and I'm sure you guys do too, questions around private ways. So private ways that are not dead-end streets. How do we or could we share resources with residents of these roads so they can at least get it patched, get them repaired? Comes up quite a bit. That's my first question. I'll just ask all my questions and then turn it over to you guys. The second is just the status of the sidewalk repair program. So Four Corners Main Streets, Blue Hill Ave residents are both requesting repairs. Do they meet the criteria of the equity focused repair process? How do we prioritize them, or what else we can do there? A lot of emails and questions from constituents there. Third question is the footpath between Hazelton Street, Walk Hill. Can we get it repaired? A lot of residents, of course, have been reaching consistently out to us on this. And I think at one point there wasn't any funding. So what might we need to do to get funding? Where is this request in the queue? And then my last question is, it's almost a BTD Public Works question. I know you guys obviously coordinate between both departments. And we're seeing expanding bike lanes in the city, which is great. One of the concerns, though, around the dedicated bike lanes is the streets are still unevenly paved, really difficult to still navigate on your bike. So how are we working with street paving contractors and schedules for street pavement projects to ensure that there's smoother roads as we are developing and expanding the bike lanes? A lot of specific district questions because got a lot of questions from my residents. So thank you, guys.
Councilor, thank you. So, and never apologize to Dustin Gardner. He's always professional and we always appreciate going back and forth. So,
Thank you.
So the private way, public way, that odd vagary. So private ways obviously are private, owner owned. We do do some grinding, some milling from John Gazella's team to I'm going to call it a Band-Aid, but to make sure that these roads are accessible for Chief Hooley's team, Commissioner Dempsey's team, Brian and Dennis's trash team. So anytime you get those, please send them along. We assess it. We see if it's something that we can do, but I'll call it spot repair. I'll also use the word Band-Aid to kind of make sure that we're maintaining a serviceable path that allows for all these different emergency access vehicles. Probably want to add into that?
Yes. So Councillor,
Mike.
as Mike Broad said, private waste council, it is by definition, it's an odd situation in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Seriously, this is like a local issue over here. And the way how the statutes were written, private waste are defined as that it is supposed to be private. So as Mike said, under extraordinary conditions, where if it is in the interest of the greater public safety, the department will go and attend to it. But there's quite a few private streets council in the city, so it may not be in the city's best interest, and I'm trying to say this in the most delicate way, to spend public resources on private. It's like, so we try to balance public safety and do the right thing, and hopefully that's a tightrope which we walk in a successful way.
And I think as you get these streets or these ways or these dead ends, send them along. Let us assess them, take a look, see what type of resources it takes, and we'll see what type of repair, how fast we should be making it, and we'll act accordingly. We do this, throughout the year. There's I'll say a handful, there's probably more than a handful that we just constantly make sure that trash trucks can get through, fire trucks can get through, and the like. So sending them over is always helpful. Yes, please.
Councillor, the Hazelton stairs, Councillor, again, I would very much appreciate if I can be afforded the time to take a look at that staircase with one of his staff members. So this way, rather than just giving endless whatever, can give you a more concrete timeline as to what needs to be done when it can be done. So if you could afford me the opportunity, Councillor, if you want to come, and I doubt you will have time, but if you can ask one of your staff members to catch up with me, Councillor, I would truly appreciate that. If that is okay with you.
I jump in on the path and staircases to say that, these were things that were built really with, WPA funds. That tells you the years and age of them. I also think, which is a good thing, folks getting out of their house and just going for walks the past year has also raised, we had, I call it inspection, right? There's been more people to look at our assets and see that they're not in a shape or condition where they should be. And please, like Karen mentioned, tell us where it is. We'll take a look, and we can always make plans on the fly and see where we can put something on the list.
Great, we can definitely follow up on that piece.
And then John, you want to talk about the sidewalk?
Sidewalk repair in the Four Corner area, we do have some work going on right now as we speak on Dakota Street, Harvard Street, even Waterloo Street, all the way down to Glenway. That's part of our Walkable Streets program, where we're trying to connect neighborhoods and allow people to traverse the sidewalk area, walk down the street from one end to the other. It's not just a patch program; it's a larger repair program. So there is a little bit of work in there. If you have something in particular that you want, we're in the neighborhood. We just finished some work on Washington Street, as you know. and some paving work also on Washington Street. So we're in the area. If there's anything in particular you need, you can let us know. And in regards to the Blue Hill Ave area, we are working with water and sewer. They have a large sewer program that's going to be going on Blue Hill Ave from Dudley up. And we know that after that program goes through, we will need some repaving. So what we're doing right now is we're starting to repair the handicap ramps and make them accessible, starting from Dudley Street towards Grove Hall. So we're trying to get ahead of that so that when the sewer is finished, we'll be able to go in there right after that and pave the street with no delay.
And then you would also mention about our paving and our bike lane thought. John, you want to talk to just the.
Yes, we look for every street that we pave, we look to see if we can add bike facilities to those streets. But in conjunction, there's so many bike lanes being put in that a lot of that work does come out of the transportation department, and they are also adding bikeways to streets that are not in our paving program. Some of them are in bad condition, but most of the streets that you see in the city that are in bad condition are being held up because there's some sort of utility conflict. So we don't want to pave a street and have them come in and dig it up. So most of the streets that get bike lanes that are not in the paving program, we minimize the work out there, but it's just better to have the bike lane out there even if the roadway isn't great. But every paving street does get looked at for bike facilities.
I see the gavel, so I want to be respectful of my other council colleagues. But thank you guys again for what you, and of course, I think Flaherty's on you. Shoot yourself, Flaherty. God bless you. So I just want to thank you guys for the hard work you do. And of course, it's leadership in this room on the budget hearing, but also all of your employees for the work, particularly in the midst of COVID. Folks have been so responsive, even as we were virtual and remote, and really appreciate the responsiveness. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bach.
Great, thank you so much, Councilor Campbell. Councilor Flaherty is back, had technical difficulties before, so I'll go to him next, and then to Councilor Mejia. Councilor Flaherty, just have to unmute. Councilor Flaherty?
Can you hear me now, Madam Chair? My apologies, having some technical difficulties, and my apologies to Councilor Campbell. I was trying to get my sound up and running prior to my testimony, and then I somehow, I don't know, I guess I muted myself or was muted. So my apologies to all. Good morning, Superintendent, and to your team. Let me just say we're blessed to have you, committed public servant. You come from a long line of committed public works commissioners and superintendents. I date back to the Casaza days, the Canterman days, of course. We know the Dennehy days. So I appreciate your attention to detail. You've been super responsive anytime that me or my staff have called, particularly during the pandemic. Everything from trash collection to snow removal to street cleaning, to you name it, you do it. So I appreciate it. Questions we get a lot of, obviously, have just been asked about street repair, the timing of street repair, so it's particularly sidewalk repair. And the questions we get is how long does it typically take from start to finish when it gets into the system? But more importantly, does this budget provide adequate funding for you and your team, to do more robust sidewalk repair? That's sort of question one. And then we get a lot of questions on the private way that it was just asked and answered by my colleague. And also with respect to ADA compliance. I know that we're hiring an additional engineering crew to increase the amount of ramps brought into ADA compliance. So I guess I'd like to get a sense as to, what's our target goal and how do we prioritize ramp repairs throughout the city? And then if you could just touch base on the zero waste drop-off center that has been announced. I'm interested in that and would like to know a little bit more about the details. We also want to make sure that you have the equipment that you need. Unfortunately, Mother Nature doesn't always cooperate with you, Superintendent. So, and you're only as good as the team around you. Got to give a shout out to to Danny Nee, if there's one thing that's positive happened over at Mass and Cass, it's the work that you and your team, led by Danny, are doing over there on a daily basis, and also Norman on the street cleaning portion of it. He's been multitasking, and particularly throughout the pandemic. So just a couple of quick shout outs to your supporting cast, but that's it for me. I appreciate the job that you do. And if you could just maybe just touch base just a little bit on the sidewalk repair and a little bit on the ramps and on the program, the zero waste proposal that you've talked about.
Sure, yes, thank you very much. I'll start at the end just to say thank you for recognizing Danny Nee and Norman Cox. They're not supporting cast members. They're leaders of a lot of the work that we do. So I appreciate folks seeing that and recognizing it. I think that the budget definitely supports our sidewalk and roadway work. Last year was a weird year. We didn't start construction until well into the season. That moratorium usually lifts on April 15th. John Mazzella's and Irish Foods get ready to the street. Last year was, I use the word awkward, which is an understatement. But that was a delayed start. I think this year we're seeing us in the roads more. I think the budget tells us to be in the road more. It tells us to do more sidewalk work. Now with that comes timing issues, as you rightly mentioned. But I'll throw it over to John just to kind of talk about the timing and some other things that ADA compliance now.
Yep. Thank you, Councilor. Today we've been tasked with building or making Boston more compliant. The ADA program has us going from an average of 800 ramps per year. This year we plan to build 1,250 compliant ramps in the city. We will be bumping that up to 1,350 next year to our goal number of 1,630 a year until the city reaches compliancy, or 100% compliancy. We do base a lot of the ramp work with our paving work. The law states that you cannot pave a street without ADA ramps, so we do a lot of work in conjunction with the paving crews. In addition to that, we go back to our walkable street program, where we will take areas that have schools, libraries, mass transit, things like that, and we will make these corridors more accessible for people, not only fixing trip hazard stub toes, depressed driveways, but also installing new handicap ramps. In regards to if we have enough funding, we can always use more funding, but we have substantial programs going on this year. We've even added more sidewalk repair. We have a specialized ADA repair program so that if people make a complaint or an inquiry about something that's not accessible, we try to answer that within 30 days, and we try to have the crew out there before 120 days to make that repair and all of that. That's what we're doing with the ADA.
Council, as it relates to the zero waste drop-off center that we talk about in the budget. So, we're trying to do a lot of different things here with trash and recycling and all the different waste streams that come with the recycling piece. We've offered some of what, they call help seek textile bins across the city. We've got Project Oscar to put that on. We're expanding. We throw 4 events a year that are called household hazardous waste events. These events are either in Millennium Park. We've added some to our Frontage Road facility the past few years. We utilize UMass Boston on the odd year when we get in space over there. We've seen a big uptick in the number of vehicles that utilize this event. And what you're dropping off there isn't really household hazardous waste. We're finding out. We're finding out that people are dropping off tires, paper shredding, some propane tanks, just things that just that aren't even a normal waste stream. And the thought process that we had with former chief of streets, Chris Osgood, and the team here you see is that trying to offer multi options to folks, and one of them being that small town approach, and that's kind of our thought process with it. When you're in a small town in the Cape or out west or a suburb, they offer drop-offs. They offer special timings throughout the week that allow folks to get rid of stuff. So it's not, they're not holding it for that one time a year. We're in the infancy stages of it. We're thinking about looking at the Forest Hills yard. We've done some work there. That was what became, this is again my word, a yard getting close to blight. It was our Forest Hills street lighting facility for years, and we moved them out of there about 5 or 6 years ago. And so, we're going to be doing some beautifying work, just some structural work to make that our JP home, it's the center of the city, to allow for that option. Brian, do you want to expand on it at all?
Yeah, thank you, Council, for the question. As Mike said, that, the crowds that are coming to our events are increasing at a rapid rate. And, we feel that the events that we're running are very successful, but we're getting to the point where so many people are attending the events that it's becoming more of a nuisance for people to show up because the lines are so big. It's becoming so popular. By creating more access to people throughout the week, potentially on the weekends for a drop-off, we're really increasing that access to these programs and not limiting people to 4 or 5 events per year with everything in the house, and then most likely just going to trash it if they can. We want to make sure we can try to capture all of that material in another way besides sending it to the landfill and incinerator. And by doing the zero waste drop-off site, we'll be able to capture more of that material and make sure it's getting to the right places. So in essence, that's the thought behind it all.
Well, thank you, Superintendent, to your team. Obviously, spring has sprung. This is your busy season, so I'll let you get out there to do what you guys do best. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Flaherty. Next up is Councilor Mejia, then it'll be Councilor O'Malley. I neglected to say before that we had been joined a while back by Councilor Michelle Wu at large, Councilor Ed Flynn, District 2, and Councilor Frank Baker, District 3. Councilor Mejia and then Councilor O'Malley. Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Councilor Bach. So thank you all for your hard work. I just have a few questions. There seems to be a disconnect between communities with things like public transit, infrastructure, and public safety. A lot of people in neighborhoods like Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan, and Hyde Park are more skeptical of riding their bikes to work when, we're dodging bullets out here. So I'm just curious, how are we coordinating with public transport infrastructure efforts alongside violence prevention strategies? My next question is, Black and Brown people make up 36% of your workforce, but 0 of your top 10 salary earners. Just curious about what the plan is to create avenues for professional development for Black and Brown employees. And lastly, we've obviously been getting a lot of attention for this online, but there have been a number of studies that show a correlation between heat and violence in our streets. And I'm just curious, how are we thinking creatively about the materials we use when and the infrastructure planning we undertake in neighborhoods with urban heat islands to ensure that our neighborhoods can be cooler?
Thank you, Councilor. So I'll take that in order if that's okay. So the thought behind the transit piece, that's so how we get our work is all designed and created out of Boston Transportation Department. I would not take that answer because of Commissioner Rooney's great work with the MBTA. They've got the dedicated bus lanes that they're building on Columbus and 2 other spots. So I think they can speak to that one a little freer than us. By way of, I guess the way we set it up was they plan it, we build it, was I think the way Lara kind of put it succinctly. The racial makeup of our workforce is something that we're always thinking about. In 2014, we were not a minority majority department. We are now a minority majority department. We are proudly looking at taking the best talented folks, bringing them into our team, and with that, we've seen that number grow in the way that we want to see it. And then I guess incrementally, as this workforce changes in that way, as folks get promoted, we're seeing some really good movement. We created, through this budget process last year, we created 3 brand new highway positions, ratings that were just below the names mentioned earlier, Danny, me, and Norman Parks. That's again to create that career ladder where we had a historically an old archaic career ladder in a lot of our divisions. We've been able to create a system where folks now don't, there's 15 people looking at one job and waiting for retirement. And with those 3 jobs specifically, we've been able to move folks up a ladder. And obviously when you move up a ladder, there's a higher salary. And I think that just we're always thinking about it. Is the easy answer. but we're starting to see tangible results. Anyone want to add?
Councillor, further to what Mike said, we are actively every year trying to make our workforce be as reflective as possible to the city which we serve. That being said, Councillor, sometimes it is not easy to attract high talent. We are in a bidding war sometimes, Councillor, with good talent. Just recently, there was a brand new graduate which we were hoping to bring to our team that would have made the city proud. And we lose these candidates to others who pay bigger salaries. So we are always trying to look to make our department as reflective as the city we serve.
And I just kind of jump in on it too and say that the good work of Patricia Casey in our HR department, along with working with the new HR transformation team, has shown some growth and some abilities to get into places that we weren't before. Billy Coughlin and our CFM team with Trish Casey have opened up an opportunity at Madison Park, where we're getting folks out of, getting them into our workforce, getting in, moving them towards permanent hires. We've actually hired a couple permanently. They're using folks like the Benjamin Franklin Institute. There's a city academy we also utilize. So there is some work being done. We can always do more work. We should always be doing more work. But there's definitely a thought, a care and a want to that end. And with that new, I think it's the Office of Human Resources Transformation Department. They're greatly assisting. They've got the means by which to help us with recruitment. And I think it's on their radar as well. We're kind of dovetailing with them to make sure that we're not missing a beat there, so we can improve these numbers. The material question is an interesting one. Basically, I don't even know. We haven't done a study on how what we use for material affects public safety. I don't know how we would look at that, but if it would be through a public safety lens with them kind of leading us and us following suit. But as of right now, John, unless I'm missing any work that end,
Councillor, I'll spend a couple of minutes trying and give you a bit of background information in this topic called heat resiliency or heat reflection. So if I'm in Florida, because of the nature of the weather, sometimes they use concrete streets or roads made out of concrete, sometimes where the reflectivity is more of a fair color rather than the dark asphalt. But up north, Councillor, in the New England area, we cannot use concrete for roadways because of the weather implications. They tried that stuff in New York and it fell apart. So for the roadways, Councillor, we had no choice due to the weather conditions for our roadways to be asphalt. When it comes to sidewalk, the concrete surface gives a better walking index and it is safer, more durable. Some of our sidewalks are asphalt. We are trying to convert as many of the black color asphalt sidewalks, which holds more heat towards the concrete. But the best solution towards solving this heat resiliency is the planting of more trees. And with most of our roadway projects, we strive towards planting as many new trees as possible to improve the heat index, Councillor. So hopefully that was appropriate response.
I see the gavel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mejia. Next up, Councillor O'Malley, and then it will be Councillor Flynn, and then Councillor Baker. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. Superintendent Brohl, I don't need to reiterate, but I will anyway, just how proud I am of you and your colleagues for just exceptional work this year. And I will be in trouble if I start naming individuals, save one. Freddie Mycroft is one of the best public servants we have in the city of Boston. Not only is he available for me anytime, 24/7, dealing with constituent issues, solving them, but he also will reach out to me ahead of time if there's something that I need to know about. And it's one of the reasons why I think that we've been able to work so well together for the last 11 years. And whomever takes my seat in a couple months, they will be well served to spend a lot of time with Freddie and the incredibly talented men and women at District 6. But thank you to your whole team. I mean, you think particularly about how challenging this year has been for all of us. And you think about the fact that many of us, members of the council, certainly were very lucky that we could work remotely and be able to work from home. Well, by and large, the men and women of the Boston Public Works Department did not have that luxury. And I'm just so grateful that for the professionalism that you and every member of your team demonstrated over the last year. And on behalf of a very grateful city, thank you guys very, very much. I obviously want to get into a number of things. I'm curious, no surprise, as it relates to our trash pickup. So this is a couple of questions on policy, but really just for my own edification. I assume we must have seen a dramatic increase in trash and just our tonnage of trash this year because so many people were working and not leaving their homes that often. Do you have any stats on that, Mike, or how that may have affected what our cost is?
Yeah, so before I give it to Brian to give you some stats, there was a moment in time where we had assumed the city of Fitchburg trash volume. So Fitchburg's a rather large city. It might, it's not close to the city, but we had assumed obviously our regular trash, but the city of Fitchburg's volume of trash. That tells you what was staying at home and not going to office places, that wasn't going to schools, that wasn't going to, anywhere because no one was going anywhere. That volume, Brian, if you want to jump into it.
Yeah, a lot of the trash that was being generated was, people were going in community centers, getting meals. People were eating on home 3-4 meals a day, plus snacks. So you had a whole family home in different rooms eating all day, putting food at the curb that we normally wouldn't see, right? You went to work, you would normally throw your trash out in the dumpster at City Hall. That would be removed. You wouldn't be putting it out in front of your house. Similarly, the community center food donations were being given out, excellent program for our residents. They were taking that food home. They weren't throwing it in the dumpster at the BCYF center, right? They were taking that home, putting it out at the curb. We were seeing it, picking it up. You mentioned a lot of people were fortunate to be able to, work remotely and get the job done. Our team was here every day, right? Trash was collected, recycle was collected, yard waste every day. And as Mike mentioned, there was increases. We saw upwards of 25 to 27% of the increase in trash and recycle volume last April, May, which we are now leveling off. We're still up about 3 to 5% right now. But 25 to 27% of more than you're usually doing with the same workforce, just is a testament to the work that's being done on the street. And Dennis and I are very proud to be organizing that and managing those programs and knowing that the men and women that are doing that job every day can get it done no matter what. It just shows the resiliency of our city in just another form.
And Council, I just jump in to say that also, I think if you saw, if you look at your neighbors and maybe your own home like mine, you've got a lot more Amazon packages, a lot more things are being sent home. The cardboard piece, the volume was enormous. And you had to see it at the curb on trash and recycling day. You saw it just when that white van pulled down the street and hit every home with whatever packages were being dropped off. So just to kind of reiterate what Brian said, we were expecting when we saw that uptick to hear about delays, right? To hear about why is the trash and recycling truck still working in my street at 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Really good work by the contractors and Brian's team to oversee it. No, again, traffic helped, right? What we saw in higher volumes is also, quicker turnaround times. Traffic's coming back, but truly a remarkable number to hit 25 to 27% up when we're already, doing that work at a very high volume with, 70 trucks on the street. So
yeah, well said, and kudos, Brian, Dennis. I know how committed you guys were to that. So thank you, great job there. And what's our? I know we're locked into a tipping fee per ton for trash collection. What it's mid 90s per ton, is it 95, 96?
Yeah, on it, well, the contracts are broken up by the districts. So an average trash tonnage price is about $94 on average. I would like to make a point, though. I know you were talking briefly in the past about the recycling being less than trash, and I just wanted to clarify things for the rest of the council and anybody that may have other questions about that. It's the recycling cost per ton for FY20 was almost $30 more than trash for the entire year, and also for FY21 currently year to date, it's more than the trash. So as much as, there's obviously more volume of trash being disposed of, but it's not just the, it's not always just the cost. We have to, really just think about what we're really doing. So when we're looking at the recycle numbers and trying to increase recycling, it's not just paper, plastic, glass. We have to start thinking about other materials. So as Mike was mentioning, the zero waste facility and those other things, those things weigh, a good amount. So we need to find another way to reduce our trash from what we're already doing. Because the costs aren't going anywhere. And as we continue to add programs and add green, new initiatives and a zero waste plan to kind of fulfill our goals, it's all going to come at a cost. It's just a matter of how do we leverage that cost so we're not setting ourselves up for catastrophic.
Could not agree with you more, and that's a perfect dovetail to my next question, but let me just get that right. So our recycling was $125 a month last year?
It was an average of 121.
121, okay, yeah, so about $30 more. And what is it now?
It's about 98.
All right, so it's ballpark, but it's still more. And again, and my colleagues have probably heard me say this repetitively, when I was first elected, we were generating about a $5 per ton revenue for every ton of recycling that was picked up. So that's that is a shocking statistic in 11 years, and there's a whole host of reasons that goes into that, not the least of which is that recycling and contamination rates isn't the same value that it once was. But to that point about we need to diversify, I'll get right into it. A quarter of all of our trash is organic that could be composted. This has been a pet issue of me for me from virtually my entire time in here. I believe last year, perhaps even 2 years ago, we had agreed that we would look at a pilot program. To use a great expression of the great Para J Singh, it's OPM, other people's money, because it would be a subscription service, so there'd be very, very little cost or no cost to the taxpayer. Can you talk a little bit about where we are on the compost pilot?
Yeah, so the curbside pilot, as you guys mentioned, was delayed with last year's COVID. So we weren't really able to fulfill that, that hope that we had about a year ago. Since then, with working with the state, it's kind of, there's been other items that have come up that we're trying to make sure we're prepared for. Obviously, with that amount of volume being organic material that can be composted, we know that it's something we need to do. It's just a matter of what do we do and prioritize to make sure that we're going to get there the right way. We don't want to start a curbside program citywide, mind you. We need to think of all the councils on the board here on this Hollywood Squares. We need to think about, how is it going to work in Bay Village? How's it going to work in Beacon Hill? How's it going to work in the North End, East Boston, South Boston? Not just Jamaica Plain and West Roxbury with, driveways, yards, availability for recycle bins, big 64-gallon carts. There's a huge, huge planning process that's necessary for a curbside project. And it's not to delay things to say we're not interested.
Didn't we put out RFPs last year though, Brian?
For partnerships.
Yeah. So I appreciate the enormity and the challenges. And again, I know we're all rowing in the same direction. I guess what's a realistic timeline that we could then roll this out? Because I was told last year that it was going to be more than a year ago that we had RFPs out. We had individuals, at least two, who had expressed an interest. So and I understand the challenges, and I know you want to do it right, but what's a realistic time frame for us?
Right. Yeah. So I think that you'll see some spots in here where we've asked for in this budget some money in our zero waste. It's almost $1 million. It's a priority. I think I don't want to tell you a date, but I also want to tell you that we're going to get it done. We're going to get it done the right way. Cambridge started this a year and a half ago, and they paused it for the entire pandemic. When I say the entire pandemic, they came back online, I think, last month. I think that we have two spots here to hire a zero waste coordinator and an assistant to that position that's going to really look at this and get us on the right foot. Again, I don't want to tell you that it's going to be July 7th blank. This is where we're working towards. This is the goal. It's your goal, and it's most certainly our goal. 24%, 25% is no small number. We also see that 24%, 25% and say, okay, that's a heavy lift, literally, but that's an operational thought. That we want to make sure that we get this right. You know, I can tell you that, you know, a date, and I can say that, you know, we're gonna commit to it. I want to make sure whatever that date is, we are locked into it. Operationally, we have no issues. Brian talked about, you know, how the north end is different than Hyde Park. Now, that isn't a non-starter. That just means you have to think about it. You know, and you know, time and effort to put into it. But, you know, when you look at a zero waste coordinator, that's a first of its kind position. So that's someone who's going to be dedicated to just this stuff. Brian and Dennis do an unbelievable job. They're a team of 7 inspectors. They do an unbelievable job. They're focusing on that massive trash and trash and recycling number that's on the curb right now. You know, so with the zero waste coordinator and her staff, they're going to be dedicated. They're going to look at this and they're going to talk to Brian and Dennis. And they're going to find out something that works, that we'll commit to, that we won't walk away from. You know, it's a shame to pause services. You know, and we didn't pause any services during that time. You know, and when we get this curbside right, we're going to get it right.
If I could also just add real quickly, you know, the fact that we were unable to get into the communities last year, and we were remote, but we're fortunate enough to have virtual meetings and all that. You know, I was a member of many virtual civic association meetings, but it's just not the same as far as getting to the meeting and engaging with the residents. So these new positions that we're seeking will be able to get into the neighborhoods on a weekly basis and get into there and find the stakeholders in the communities to reach out to help us to get the outreach and education to the people that need it, not the people that are already composting, that want food waste, that have already been doing it for years, which is great. We want the people that have no idea what the word compost or anaerobic digestion means. We want those folks to be the ones that are interested. So we need to build up that demand. So by expanding Project Oscar, it's not just adding new bins and saying we're doing something. It's adding new bins to communities that don't even know what the program is. I know you've had it, JP, we've had certain locations, one at City Hall. It's known, but not a lot of people know about it. Not the people that, you know, we want. We want everybody to be included in this program. So
No, listen, I appreciate the enormity of the challenges, and obviously we pick up trash and recycling from every neighborhood, and there are unique challenges situated between downtown and sort of outer rings of the city. Certainly understand that the pandemic has proven a difficult way to sort of get in and meet with folks. I would just simply say, and Mike, you know, you certainly said it right. Like I'd rather that you under promise and over deliver than tell me date certain we're going to get something done and not be able to pull the trigger right then. So I'm with you on that. I would just simply close by saying this has been something that we have been working on for a number of years. This wasn't, you know, this isn't a new thing. I know you know that, but it is incredibly important to me to have a reasonable timeline ahead of, you know, as soon as we can, recognizing the fact that nothing's set in stone, but we at least need a timeline of when this can be operational as a pilot. And I think that's the best way to help build support. If we started as a smaller scale pilot, opt-in system, as we've talked about, that's a great way to see its success. But appreciate that and appreciate your work, everybody.
Thank you, Councilor.
Great. Thank you, President O'Malley. Next up is Councilor Flynn, and then it'll be Councilor Baker. Councilor Flynn?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Balk, and thank you to the BTD and the Public Works team that are here. I apologize for being late. I had a VA medical appointment this morning, but I know this is an important hearing. First of all, as Councilor Flaherty mentioned, want to highlight the exceptional work that you and your teams have done, especially during this pandemic. 7 days a week, 7 nights a week, you guys have been out there providing good public safety and quality of life infrastructure improvements. So I want to say thank you. And every day it's been difficult, but you guys have been there. City officials have been there. And I've seen them too. I've seen them every day because I've been with them every day. I haven't taken a day off like those guys haven't in 13 months either. So I see them every day and I'm proud to talk with them. I was talking to a business owner that owns King Terminal off of L Street on Summer Street, talking about speeding cars. He was telling me he has a radar system up in the building, and cars literally going down Summer Street in excess of 80 miles an hour, going from Summer Street onto L Street, 80 miles an hour. So I was stunned, I was floored. If there's an issue that I have worked on more, it's pedestrian safety, public safety. Certainly the city's opening up. I'm very concerned about the speeding again through South Boston. I'm not going to have it. We lost a little boy in our community, and we've lost other people as well. We need to slow down the speed in South Boston, especially on L Street and Broadway and Dorchester Street and Dorchester Avenue. 25 miles an hour is going fast, but I've advocated for a while, as has Councilor Flaherty. I need a speed bump. I need speed bumps on L Street. And it's not about people cutting through. My concern is not getting people from work from the South Shore to downtown Boston or to the seaport. My concern, and my only concern, is the safety of my constituents. That's my number one priority and my only priority. I don't care if these people from the South Shore get in to work or not. That I don't care about that. My job is the pedestrian safety of my constituents. Can I get a speed bump on L Street to slow down the traffic?
So thank you, Councilor. We can obviously all appreciate speeding, pedestrian safety. I think, I'll just speak for myself. In the pandemic with less traffic, I feel like I saw more speeding. And that's my own piece. But so we take the lead on all of these traffic improvement pieces from the BTD department. We are working on 12 to 14 currently slow street initiatives. We are in the streets with their plans. I'm not certain, I can't speak to if that's one of them yet. I think BTD's on following us. But as we work with the flex posts, and I guess I'd call it the first phase, I hope, of the L Street issue, I would assume we'll be called in too for the to be the team that builds the speed bumps on L. There's been a long held belief that speed bumps were something that the Boston Public Works Department didn't want. I hope in the past few years we've done well to refute that. We in fact have been building them. If we know about them, plows will know about them. And once we know about them, we can tell the plows. I think Jim Hooley's team has been really good about their speed bump situation. They've been able to work around it with their apparatus. Probably anything you want to add about this? Speed bump?
From BTD.
Yeah, I think it's probably best for our friends from BTD to answer the specific L Street application. But as I noted, John Gazzella's team is right now on the street citywide on 12 to 14 different slow street initiatives.
Yeah, just on L Street, the South Boston elected officials, Congressman Lynch, Councilor Flaherty, Senator Collins, Rep. Beal, myself, we want speed bumps on L Street. It's important. I need to slow down the traffic. That's my number one priority. Priority is public safety. And there's a lot of families going to school, taking their kids to schools, to parks. There's a lot of seniors that live in and around the area. They're going up to Broadway, they're going up to the library, they're going food shopping at the supermarket, as you guys know. And we've made progress on this. And I want to say thank you to your teams. We've made progress. But I need to get more, I need to get a speed bump on L Street. That's critical for me and for my constituents. And I really have to get this thing done soon. I've been asking for it, and I've been patient, and I've been working with everybody. But at some point, I need to come through. And this is what the job of a district city councilor is delivering for your constituents. And that's what I'm going to do. So that's my number one request from this meeting is I need speed bumps on L Street. I hope I'm being as clear as I possibly can. Because the safety of my constituents is my number one priority. And we all can give on the city council, give big speeches about big policy stuff. And I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in my constituents in improving the quality of their life and their public safety. So I hope you guys understand, and I know you do, but the seriousness of my request.
No, Counselor, I would say it's very well heard in this room. You mentioned the folks walking and biking on that street. I would add too, that, you know, you see 90-degree days and you see a lot of people walking to the beach down L Street. So fully understand. I'm sure we brought back up with BTD. If it isn't, you can be certain that we will be talking to them about how we can get that applied as quick as possible.
Thank you. And just my final request, I have others, but I won't dominate the conversation, is on Beach Street. I know they did a great job on Beach Street, and Eric Prentice and his crew were very helpful. The Beach Street sidewalks on the Leather District side were done, but I have a lot of seniors in Chinatown, and the sidewalks on Beach Street in Chinatown are in rough shape, and I have a lot of seniors in persons with disabilities, as you know, in and around these elderly homes. Chauncey Street is right there, and Tai Tung Village. So a lot of people are using Beach Street. But can we do something about Beach Street sidewalks? It's not safe for elderly people. I see them going around because they don't want to be in the sidewalk, so they go in the street. And I'm saying to them, you can't be walking in the street. And they said, well, we can't go on the sidewalk either because we're going to trip. And I'm saying, well, the cars are coming down Beach Street, and so I'm trying to encourage them to stay on the sidewalk, and they want to go on the street because they're not comfortable with it. So, the same thing with my constituents in Chinatown. I have to make sure they're safe, and that's my number one concern. Like it's your number one concern as well. But I need to make sure my constituents are safe when they're walking the street, and Beach Street is a challenge for them. And I'd like to see Beach Street get extended. I know it's not included in the budget, but it's a critical issue for me.
So completely agree, and I felt like the first work with Beach Street, if I can be honest, was slower out of the gate than we should have been. It took us a few more years, and I know it's been on your plate. It's been on other people's plate. I will say that we will definitely look at those sidewalks. There's always that caveat about the areaways, as you know. So there's kind of there's a rhythm and a dance to that to make sure that we're making sure that our assets, city owned, are in the best shape possible. I think, John, I'll speak to you and say we'll put our eyes on it to make sure that what isn't in good shape. We will not just put on a list, Counselor. I understand, and I heard the word Beach Street enough. It won't just be on a list. We'll look at it, we'll talk about it, we'll get it moved. But just understand that these areaways can be a bit of a strategic issue owned by the property owners in that Leather District itself in Chinatown. You do a decent amount, like you do in the downtown Bid area, but we will certainly work alongside ISD in that matter too, as they have that oversight and jurisdiction on those ones that are in great shape.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. Thank you to the commissioners, this professional team, to your dedicated Public Works and Transportation team. And again, as I mentioned in my opening statement, your team is out there 7 days a week in the hot sun in 99 degrees, and they're cleaning streets and they're emptying barrels and providing exceptional services. They're underpaid, they're overworked. We need to get them a raise. We need to hire more city employees. But these guys and women help keep our city moving forward. And they're unsung heroes, in my opinion, in our city. So we have to do everything we can, especially as a city council body, to recognize these men and women that provide exceptional services. They don't get the credit that they deserve. They're not looking for credit, but I want to acknowledge them because I see them every day and outstanding professional work that they do. So just want to pass that along to your team and let your workers know that we support them here on the city council.
We certainly will. We appreciate that in this room, and I know that they'll appreciate it in this room.
Council Bach, thank you for letting me go over my time. I appreciate it.
Great. Thanks so much, Councillor Flynn. And I agree. We'll renew the speed bump question with the BTD team in the second part of the hearing. Councillor Baker and then Councillor Edwards of District 1 has also joined us. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike and your crew, thanks for coming in today. Thanks for all the work you guys do, especially around, I think I heard Council Flaherty talk about Danny and his team that goes down to Mass and Cass for us and helps to do support down there. Without you guys, it would look much worse than it does now. And also your lighting team that went out there and installed lights in the alleys that we were trying to get up for a while, and then the neighbors complained about it. We had to take them down. That was not great, but we're probably going to be going back at those lights going back up there, I hope. But with that being said, I don't want to belabor the point on the speed bumps. I mean, I have probably, a number of places where I've been advocating for them for a couple of years now, and I'm starting to see them go up more and more. So the same passion that Council Flynn had with his speed bumps there, all of Savin Hill, all of St. Brendan's, Longfellow Street, that neighborhood up in there around Bowden Street, Monadnock Street, streets leading down into Dudley. There's just tons and tons of places. We won't get into that too much, but I did want to talk about the Forest Hill site. So are we going to be able to have a drop-off, organics drop-off over there, did I hear?
Yeah, so the plan is also, and first of all, Councilor, I appreciate the good words about the work that our team does at Mass and Cass before I get into your question. It takes a lot from folks on our team, both resources and just the overall work down there. To be appreciated is nice. I know that street lighting situation we'll fix, we'll get back in there. But noting Danny and Mike Donahue's work down there is greatly appreciated, and all the men and women who work for them.
Yeah, and I think, Mike, I part of the reason why I mentioned that, because I don't want you guys to get discouraged and get to the point where, you're not supported down there. You have my word that you'll be supported by me down there, and I'm going to continue to ask for you guys to go down there. And I believe we should have a command center down there that Public Works and Transportation and Police and Fire and EMS are all part of it down there. We're still working towards that. So I just wanted to voice my support for you guys also.
No,
sorry to cut you off.
Nope, I'm sorry. Your support and that support of anyone who's recognizing what the men and women are putting themselves into in that area is always appreciated. I feel like Danny Me just works down there 24/7 himself, so a command center would be easy for him. What was it? I'm sorry, just to go back to your question.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the forest. Yeah, so is it going to be organics drop off? Like how are we going to do that? Because between Matt and myself for years, I think this is a perfect way where we can build infrastructure, change the need for trash and recycling, and we should be looking at building the infrastructure. Those are future jobs. Building the infrastructure so we're not paying for other people to do this work.
100% agree with you. I think we talked about this briefly over time. I'll let Brian get into the specifics, but owning our own infrastructure and being the folks who own the handling of this material is, I think, a goal we have in this room. It's a big goal, but I think we talked about it once or twice, myself and you, but Brian can get into the specifics. That'll be one of the things that'll be able to be dropped off there. But Brian,
Yeah, that's our goal, is to be able to have. If I could back up, we do have plans to expand on that project also. Like I was saying earlier, because we have 5 locations, but it's not accessible to residents in certain places. So we want to make sure that every resident has equal access to. In distance anyways, to get to the drop off for yard waste and for food waste. The yard waste drop off I was going to mention, we started that program last year, the drop off program on American Legion for 20 weekends. We've seen increases from 30 people to this year we're having over 100 people show up with leaves on a non-leaf week. So the demand for services is there, the opportunity for someone to drive and drop off, it's not an inconvenience, they want to do it. So when we have a hazardous waste event like we just did last Saturday, and all of the constituents that you guys represent, almost 1,000 people showed up, or 1,000 vehicles, including people on bicycles and pedestrians. Out of that 1,000 amount of people, 56% of those people didn't have chemicals or pesticides or anything related to hazardous waste that needed to be handled separately by Clean Harbors. They all had electronics, textiles, paper to be shredded. These are the services that are not hazardous waste, but they're items that need to be taken out of our waste stream. That they showed up, they took the time, they drove to our event. Some of them waited in line for 10 to 15 minutes. We've had events in the past where people have waited for 20 minutes to an hour, sometimes longer. We've had issues with traffic and everything else. It's crazy, but it's actually a great thing because it's showing us that the interest is there. The materials are always going to be there, and especially during COVID, the numbers are through the roof. The trash is up, everything's up, people are home cleaning. So there's a lot of different things that people are actually seeing what's available in our house. How do I get rid of this? Or how do I do that? So there's a lot of work to be done internally and trying to educate people on where their outlets are for these materials. So this drop-off center, the idea would be to create a centralized access point for more opportunities to dispose of certain things. So they don't have to wait in line in May and June and schedule 2 months from now in October, and then we have 1,000 people in line on the Parkway in West Roxbury. If they have an opportunity throughout the week or on the weekend, however that works out, it'll lower the amount of traffic that comes to the event, but it'll increase the amount of opportunities they have to dispose of those things. Well, you know, we're still working out the details of what that's going to look like and what materials will be acceptable. Working with state partners and making sure everything is okay with that. But, you know, we need our own infrastructure, like you said, Mike said, 1,000% correct. We couldn't agree more. We need centralized infrastructure that's going to help at least maintain the costs that we have. Because as I said, the more we add, which is great, the more trucks are going to be on the street though. The more emissions in the air, like the more costs that are associated with the budget. So as we add these programs, everything increases. So we have to really think ahead. Do we really, you know, how do we want to prioritize these goals? And we cannot keep on driving miles and miles away to other facilities and sending trucks, you know, half hour, 45 minutes away and then coming back and, you know.
Well, I mean, I think with the availability of Fed money, I don't know if we'd be able to use it to build something like this, but I mean, if we built future infrastructure with Fed money, created jobs, and then had a drop-off facility that was, you know, 4 or 5 days a week, I think that's a win, you know, to be able to handle this much stuff that you're talking about, Danny. And so is that because I know in New Hampshire, there's you know, the town dump, but then there's a place where you just, whatever else that you need, you recycle it. Some of it is even like, you put it there and other people may reuse it, you know, so just to have that drop off. And are we looking to do that drop off every day? Will it just be a scheduled sort of thing?
So that's exactly the idea. When, you know, you mentioned New Hampshire, I mentioned the Cape earlier. It's that small town approach to give them one more avenue. We're looking at the schedule. We don't want to overburden the site. We also want to use the site to best work for everyone's schedule, right? Maybe Saturdays and Sundays you've got soccer, lacrosse, and dance somewhere, right? And you can't give up a weekend to wait in line. We're going to look at a midday to early evening schedule. We're kind of working through that process now. It won't be. It's something to be there to support everything else we're doing and give people options that are not just put it in a trash bag and throw it away. Hope no one looks at it, or get in my car, or you can jump on my bike and get to an HHW event. So I think we're looking at a 3 or 4 day a week thing in our heads. We're looking at a cross to allow people in the week to be able to access it. And you know, and with things like this, also obviously creates future jobs, right? So we're also trying to think about future city jobs, future green jobs as well.
Excellent. That sounds really good. And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but one more thing that I want to ask Mike to talk about a little bit. We had toured, I don't know, it was a couple of years ago, Mike, your main facility, and they were talking about collapsed drain pipes and that sort of stuff. So should we be looking at two things, like what's going to happen with that building there? And again, I'm talking about moving into the future, the Fed money that's in. Should we be looking at doing plans for that site on Forest Hills and also your main site? And you don't need to dig real deep into it, but we haven't talked about it in a while.
Yeah, so we've done some tours there. Those tours have always obviously been at the behest of someone wanting it, right? Someone wanting to buy it from us or take it from us or build something there. And with it shows what that building's, what that shape and condition is, and the age of it and the issues. We have a good team, Power Supports, that works on that building to keep it upright and stable and able to operate 24/7, 365. But yeah, myself and Chief Osgood, and I know Power's talked about it as well. How do we look at all of our sites, all of our buildings? You've seen the Hancock Street yard, right? Where, you have folks, and we share that, right? Sharing is great, but it's not always great. Your needs are not my needs, and my needs are not your needs, and then the building age can be an issue. And then what's prioritized? Gibson Street, the same situation that you have, right? It was EMS. So we've recently hired Tom McKay to lead our building maintenance team, and we've talked briefly. Tom came on about a month and a half ago, and we're going to look at a study. We're going to kind of look at our properties the way a lot of these other departments have done, and rightly so. We've seen new police departments being built. We've seen new firehouses being built. We've seen new firehouses. Libraries, schools, which is incredible, unbelievable work. As a resident of the city, we love to see new stuff. We have to look at our infrastructure as well. So you're going to start seeing and hearing some conversations about that. And I think that your comment about how does the handling of trash as well, and that how does that look like? I think with some of our larger parcels, the one that we toured, we want to kick the tires on everything. How can that site be more than just a parking garage with trucks parked around it, right? What can we handle there? How can we create city jobs? How can we better produce a budget every year that's fiscally responsible, and with the best decisions possible? I think it's going to take a little time, but it is certainly where we're going, for both employees, but also taxpayers to get the best they can out of us.
Yeah. Well, I think with the Fed money coming in, we should be looking at feasibility of a real organics and sort of collection drop-off thing at Forest Hills, and also looking at the feasibility of what we should be doing with those, with that building near your main site of frontage road. New York City has some beautiful centralized public works facility type buildings that we should go look at and start thinking about the future of your infrastructure. So thank you, Mike, and everybody else for the work you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councilor.
Bye.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Baker. Next up is Councilor Edwards, and then it'll be Councilor Ricardo Arroyo from District 5. Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards, we don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So just wanted to first start off by thanking all the folks. I just want to list out some people who have been really helpful to our office. I want to thank from Department of Public Works, Mike Summers, Brian Coughlin, Eric Prentice, Robert Lewis, Dan Nee, Nikki Mustachio, Joe Blasso, Mark Cardarelli, and Rainey, actually from Local 445. I've had wonderful conversations with all of them, and I want to appreciate your work and getting back to me and helping me, and specifically in District 1.
Councilor Edwards, we just lost you. You just went muted. Lydia?
Hello? Can you hear
Yep,
me
now we can hear you. We heard the thanks to people who had been helpful to District 1, and then you cut out.
Okay. All right. Well, then you heard the most important part. No, I'm just kidding. I did want to continue my thank you actually for folks in BTD, to thank Carl McKenzie, Carla Tankball, Charlotte Fleetwood, Al Villar, Liz Bagley, Chrissy Beluca, Eddie Hedsford, Bill Conroy, Polly, and Willie Dupree. It's important to thank people because I know you have thankless jobs. And a lot of times you are getting a bunch of 311 requests about what you're not doing. And I just wanted to say all of you, and Vinny as well, thank you so much for all the work you have been doing and helping me specifically in my district. So that's the nice part. So here comes the tougher questions. Specifically, I wanted to East Eagle Square in East Boston. I think there's a marriage between these conversations and how we're going to make sure that by the time the police station opens in October, that there's a conversation and there's at least a temporary solution to how we're going to deal with the cars coming through East Eagle and also the trucks from the local business Channel Fish. And I know that it's a two-part conversation between your two departments, but it's important that we have that and have a resolution before October when they open up the police station. So I wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to bring up the some of our capital projects that have been budgeted and been working on, and just wanted to get some of the status for them. So, and I'm so sorry, I also forgot to thank Michael Broll. Thank you so much for also answering my text messages and getting back and being so direct and honest and helpful, even on the weekend. So thank you so much. But just some updates on Cambridge Street Bridge, the North Washington Street Bridge project. I know it's up and running, it's moving. Sullivan Square, Rutherford Avenue, that might take a longer conversation, and the dynamics of why it's being delayed is really confusing to a lot of us. So that would be very helpful. And then the McArdle Bridge. So I know that was a lot right now, but I'll stop there for those things, and then I'm going to go specifically into some street paving requests in District 1.
Sure. So thank you, Councilor. Again, when the men and women of Public Works are thanked who actually do the work, it's always appreciated. Your comment about 311, which is a great system, but folks can tell us what's going on, what they're doing, and what needs to be done, and sometimes how we should be doing it. So that I appreciate that. I'm sure the men and women have heard that understand it as well. So we talked briefly about the East Eagle Square traffic maybe a week or two ago, and Amy coordinating the team at BTD is working on it. I've been infused in the conversation in the past 2 weeks, maybe the day before I talked to you. So we are certainly working together on it. I know that they're coming on directly after us to talk and to answer some questions. I would say we're working alongside them, but taking their lead and trying to be as helpful as possible. As I hope you understand we're trying to do. We're trying to be as helpful as possible and let Ty and Sal and Carmen and Caesar and the whole team work as best as possible as well. So, and then I'll let Tara talk about some of your capital questions.
Councillor, so let me start off with the North Washington Street Bridge. That $200 million project, roughly half the money has been spent, which means that's one way of looking at how much the work has been done. We are on track to finishing that project. When I say we, the state who is managing the contractor, by 2023 or thereabouts. So that's North Washington Street Bridge. Half the money has been spent. Cambridge Street. This is the Cambridge Street Bridge right next to the Sullivan Square Woodford Avenue project. Council, if you are familiar with that bridge, it's a very awkward location. You got I-95 on the top and for the railroads underneath. We are working diligently with the state highway department and the railroad agencies to find windows of some opportunity for us to manage game plan, because it's going to be one of the most challenging bridges to reconstruct. Simultaneously, we are also giving consideration of engaging the state to transfer the ownership of that bridge from us to the state, because it is something, Councillor, I have no idea how the heck we ended up with that bridge. I can't even inspect the thing. It's like you can't get to the top, I can't get to the bottom. Sullivan Square Rutherford Avenue project. So that's also another mega project. It is going to be the single biggest mega project coming from the city, a joint effort between our good partners in the transportation department, especially under the leadership of Willie Conroy and his team over there. the next immediate milestone, we are hoping to have a public hearing, but it's called a design public hearing in mid-June, either June 16th or June 23rd. So we still have to do a little bit of homework, and the city, we are absolutely excited about this project and hope to get that project design completed by end of next year or no later. And the McArdle Bridge, last one, Councillor, it is one more of our intercity bridges, meaning it's a bridge that goes from our side to City of Chelsea. Never know why we own this bridge. The other intercity bridge in your district council, Chelsea Street Bridge, we managed to transfer the ownership to the state. We are engaging the state to see whether they will be agreeable to taking over the McArdle Bridge. But there are some repairs which, well, not repairs. It's nice to bring it to a state of good repair before we can entice someone. So those are the bridges in your district council.
Sorry. Am I good?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Pat, I just want to say thank you for always being incredibly responsive and coming out to the district to answer questions. And honestly, you've been helpful in helping to guide some of these conversations, and the fact that so many of them involve other cities has been one of the biggest frustrations, I think, for me as a city councilor, but also I know for your department too. You guys are ready, willing, and able and doing a lot of the work, but because we're talking about bridges and we're talking about working with other literally other cities, and we have to then involve the state. And I think in the two East Boston bridges cases, it's the state, it's the other city, it's the Coast Guard as well. So all of those things coming together to make sure that we are actually able to get things done. So I do want to acknowledge the difficulties you're working under, and I do thank you. I would ask if maybe we could consider a community meeting on some of those bridges, if you'd be willing to come to East Boston and possibly Charlestown and North End to kind of give an update discussion on them, so we're all on the same page. Would that be? I'm putting that ask out to you. Hopefully, if you can say yes.
Councillor, I think you know the answer. Absolutely, any day, anytime, better we do. We are here to serve you.
Thank you. So just on some of the specifics then in district, looking at some of the things. Just for street repaving, Cooper Street is in need of it, and we're hoping it can get it done as soon as possible, and Endicott Street, so on and so forth. I know one of my staffers is deeply committed and wanting Endicott Street, as he calls God's country, to be ready for feast season. So just putting that out there. But I'll send you other leads, Hull Street, Thatcher Street, Prince and Lewis as well. In East Boston, we're really looking at some traffic calming measures on Bennington Street. Biggest concern is that people, I mean, we do have some of the flashing lights, we do have some of the speed indicator lights, but we still have an issue on that. Also, we wanted to have a hearing specifically about the coordination of projects, tearing up the streets, putting them back together, then repainting them, and so on and so forth. It's just been a mess. So not because of you guys, but if we could just prioritize Meridian Street, getting it done, getting the utility done so we can get it painted. I will come back to you again always for Geneva and Selma Street, just some patch asphalt to help us put in the crushed gravel to maybe even them out. I know they're private ways, but if you have any extra bits and pieces, that would be helpful. And of course, on Bunker Hill Street, there needs to be some look at some of the literally it's some bumps and potholes and that need to be taken care of. And I have a list of sidewalks specifically throughout the district. I don't expect you guys to be able to respond to each one of them, but I'll send them that list over from East Boston on Byron Street, North Bennett Street, and North End, and there's other ones as well. But I just want to thank you in advance for helping out as we get to kick off the summer. Do want to note the Hokies. I hope we're still getting the extra ones in the North End, and I'm wondering if we can even get more with outdoor dining. The amount of increased trash that's being left in and around, being blown away from tables. I just think that we need to be extra vigilant, maybe throughout the whole district, but because the concentration in the North End, we really need that. And any way we can get more trash cans. I thank you so much for the ones we got before, but I would love to get some more trash cans this year.
So, Council, yes, so I'll just jump in there quick in the middle. We did do Selma Street last week. So the end of last week, Ty Jackson did some good work and patched it up. I see Geneva here, as you know, you mentioned it is a redundant spot. We'll put our eyes on it as well to make sure that we can, you know, we can Band-Aid that like we did Selma. The Hokies in the north end, you will certainly get additional Hokies this summer. You've already gotten, I think, 2 were added. One you're familiar with, they started, and yeah, so it's funny, the outside dining has limited our ability to physically clean the curb because, you know, obviously, you know, I'll say it, the business has assumed it, but yeah, we have seen an uptick in some litter around it. We are working with licensing as well, just kind of make sure that, you know, folks who have assumed by way of the partnership that land are also being careful and cognizant, thoughtful about, you know, the areas of abutting the new private public space. But we will certainly be adding more Hokies downtown. I think we'll be adding more Hokies everywhere. We're gonna, I'll call it a class of Hokies coming in. I bet we see them through the process, the beginning of to the middle of June. We're probably at the middle of June right now, but we're still gonna beat the summer. It's been an incredible program. We went from a department that had 6 to 8 to upwards of 30 and 40. And it's they do the best work. I mean, it's the best way to clean the street. It's also the best way to get folks in, to then work them towards permanent hires and, you know, seeing careers and lives and things being transformed. It's just awesome all the way around. I'll let John talk a little bit about some of the streets you mentioned. I know we are doing them, but John, you want to?
Council John Mazzella. We are prepared to pave, for instance, Cooper Street. We've installed the handicap ramps. We're ready to go. One of the concerns we have is with the outdoor dining in the north end, not so much that they are actually on Cooper Street, but it's the whole experience, these large trucks moving through those small north end streets. We prepared to do some of the repair work on Prince Street this fall. Hopefully when the weather cools off a little bit, the outdoor dining will not be as active as it is now and over the summertime. So we do have those areas in mind and we're ready to go. We're just trying to make the experience for the residents out there okay, at the same time getting those streets to a manageable state. The streets that you mentioned, like Lorraine Street, Bennington Street, East Boston, we actually have work going on right now on both of those streets. And we're working with the transportation department that we are paving a section of them and they're going to do some line striping out there to make the pedestrian crossing safer in the areas that are not getting the new pavement. But we do have those streets that you mentioned in our radar, and it's just a little bit difficult with outdoor dining and things like that to get them done right now, but we will peck away at them and we will be working on it.
I appreciate that. I think we're all learning how to deal with the outdoor dining and balancing that. So again, it's a pilot program. It's going to be expanded, and I think we're going to see more and more of this kind of balancing neighborhood needs versus, you know, outdoor dining. I just want to put that out there that I look forward to learning these lessons and figuring out how we're going to keep the streets clean and really bring the restaurants in as real partners, if not leaders on that too, because they're benefiting a great deal. I just want to confirm, you said, and I see the gavel, just to confirm, Selma Street, was it crushed gravel or was it asphalt?
Grindings. They use a mix of grindings, and they actually did some patchwork as well, where the volume allowed, they did use some patch.
Okay, thank you guys so much. I'll follow up with some of the more street names, but thank you for all your work.
Thanks, Council.
Thank you, Councilor Edwards. Councilor Arroyo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Public Works, just for all the work you've done over the last year. You guys do a lot of work and you usually are the unsung heroes of what we do. But during COVID, I know that this has been just stepped up all the way around in terms of the amount of need. And so I want to thank you for that. Not many questions from my end. One of them is, in this budget, has any funding been set aside for additional trash barrels or containers on River Street in Hyde Park?
So, Council, thanks for the question. Not specifically highlighted addresses or streets or XY coordinates, but we do have an inventory. If we can talk and you can shoot me some X's and Y's and some suggestions, we do have inventory. We can definitely locate some.
Oh, that's great news. So I appreciate that. And I'll be sure to shoot you that information. The second question that I have is sort of a new counselor question. With the street pavings and sidewalk repairs, there's no way for me to know, unlike say if the transportation department's doing a big project, I know what's happening, I know when it's happening. But when you're doing street paving on a street paving schedule or sidewalk repairs on a sidewalk repair schedule, is there anywhere other than just calling Public Works where I can access sort of what the major projects you're doing in the district are that month?
John, are you access yet?
Yeah, we are preparing right now, not only a list, but a map of the streets that will be done. We've been working last couple of years on having a 5-year program, which contains about 80% of the streets that we want to do for those years, so that there's always change and there's always movement with these utility companies. But we are trying to have a long-term goal and be able to express that to everybody. We also list the streets that we are planning to work on our website, so they're viewable there, but we plan to share everything that we have that is noted, which isn't the entire program, because we need some space there for things that pop up. Things are always changing, but we do have a list and a map coming out for you.
Thank you. That'd be fantastic. And then the final question is just in terms of the street pavings, do those require details? Are you required to put in for details when you're doing street repaving?
Yes, sir. We call every day for details. That's the contractor's responsibility. One of the things that we know is that the details do not always show up, but every day the detail is called. I'd have to say, I can't guarantee, but minimum 2 police on every street. Major arteries get 3 to 4 details required, and that is part of their permit too.
And so that gets built into the contract when you put out the contract for the work?
We put that on the contractor. It's an incidental cost to the city, so the contractor has to assume that cost.
So my guess is they assume that cost in the bid?
Yes.
Okay, and is there any idea, has there ever been a study on how much that adds to a bid?
Not that I know of. I'd say a police officer might be about $400 a day. I don't know if anybody else.
No, I guess to answer your direct question, no, we have not done one. I think it's an interesting question. Obviously, the safety of our work crews, the safety of Public Works employees is our number one priority. So I'm going to take down that note. I understand where you're coming from on that, to make sure that safety is occurring, and what are we paying for it?
Well, I also just have a question in terms of the safety. If we're restricted in the way we're restricted by doing details, and we are, and we have situations where officers aren't appearing, then that's less safe than if we just had flaggers, for instance. But part of this is just trying to locate what the actual cost of that is. In terms of the instances where there are no details present, is there something that gets done in terms of so I'm assuming when they put in the bid is building into it that they have to provide for details. If the details don't actually appear and thus they don't actually have to pay for them, is there anything that we have to sort of adjust what that project bid was, or did the project just the contractor essentially get away with not having to provide details?
We do not have a mechanism to take back any type of monetary value or details that do not show. No.
So in other words, if the city has a built-in cost into every contract under that, because the people making the bid believe that they have to provide details, but then there are no details, and they've built that into what we pay back, we might actually be paying out for details that don't appear in that form?
Yes, that could be part of that is definitely part of their bid. So yes, that could be part of it.
Okay, so that's something that I think I'd want to get into. That's obviously not an issue with Public Works. I think the issue I have is just trying to make sure that, I think we have something like half of our details go unfilled, which means half of the time you have workers out there without somebody making sure that there's traffic flow or that there's any kind of safety for them. And so I'm trying to figure out what we could do in terms of getting around that and making sure that folks are safe on these sites. I appreciate your time, folks. I appreciate what you do. So thank you for that. And thank you for the answers. And that map with the list, that sounds fantastic. So thank you.
So,
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. And yes, I'll just second him that that map would be great. So we were able to know. All right, I'm going to ask my questions and then we'll be going to BTD. Councilors, I let everybody have a little more time because we are going to let Public Works go after this and then turn to BTD. So on the Public Works side, thank you for the written answers to my street lighting questions. So I won't follow up on those now. And I have appreciated the paving that we've seen recently on Beacon Hill. It's been great. It's been mostly concentrated on the south slope. And we have some really bad street conditions on the north slope. And so, I mean, sort of ludicrously bad. The kind of thing where people kind of comment on the country road you've taken them down. So, so I would love to know what sort of, when we think about Revere, Myrtle, thinking like, what's the kind of vision on that side?
I think the conditions we're seeing in the streets up there kind of directly go towards that pause that we all took because of the sidewalk ramp work that kind of had everyone staring at each other. But yet, you know, as we come to an agreement on that and a plan, I'll let John get into the specifics if there are any streets he knows off the top of his head. But we are dealing with streets up there that are in worse shape and would be redoing somewhere else. But again, it was really because we weren't touching the street because of the ramp work.
Right, I know that was the dynamic, but it's just, there's been an agreement on the ramps for a few years now, right? So.
Yeah, well, I mean, we also had a paused construction season last year, so everything was a little bit delayed, but no, I completely understand that someone drives the roads and everyone in this room is following a trash truck or a crew. They understand the road quality or lack thereof. John, is there a plan in general for the north slope or?
Yes, some of the streets that you might be concerned with would be like Anderson, Revere, things like that. Revere Street is under a capital program, which will be a larger construction job. We're also putting out a ramp job to do more expensive ramps in the Beacon Hill area. We have a concrete ramp. There's a certain cost associated with that. In the situation in Beacon Hill with the tactile being cast iron and the brickwork and things, it's a little bit more specialized, I guess is the way to put it, so it costs a little bit more money. There is going to be a contract coming out. As you might know, a piece of Joy Street will be paved this year and in front of the State House, Beacon Street. We also are working with water and sewer that you see on Dern and Bowden to take care of some of the handicap ramps there so that when they complete that sewer work, not only will they patch the street, we will be coming in behind them, hopefully, to be able to pave some of that. There's a lot of work going on, like on Temple Street and stuff like that, that you'll see some repairs in that area there. But basically, we need to repair the ramps first. It's a costly item, and we are going to have a contract to do that, and then we'll be coming in to do some paving. And Revere Street will be done. It's part of our capital program, so there is going to be some work on that side of the house.
And the contract is coming out when?
I don't know. You know, Revere Street's on the program.
Council, I'll get back to you on that.
Great. And then I'm following up. I think lots of us get questions about the sort of city paths and stairs and stuff because they kind of fall between the barrels. And I understand that when you guys are looking at kind of traffic and prioritization, they don't always reach the top of the list. But I guess I was wondering specifically in my district, there's one that goes up from Fisher Ave to the park. And the impression that my constituents have based on conversations they had previously before I was in office is that part of the reason it doesn't get repaired is because there's like basically like somebody spec'd it out and said, oh, we have to rebuild this whole thing and that's super expensive and hard to justify. And so my constituents are like, well, could we please just do a repair? Because really that's what we want. So I just wanted to push on that one a little bit.
Councillor, when Councillor Braden asked the question, I actually get the wrong answer. I was fixing up the things. So the staircases which you had a concern, Councillor, of Fisher Street. So this is the Mission Hill area. And so that is, there are 3 staircases that are all leading off Fisher Street to McLaughlin Park. That's an amazing park, actually. And interestingly, Councillor, all those 3 staircases fall under the purview of the Parks Department because the staircases and the park is all Parks Department. Now, I'm sure, Councillor, this is not what you want to hear. You do one of these bigger things. So we took a look at the 3 staircases. There are 3 ways you can get to the top. 2 of the staircases, if you give me a broom and you just need to push off a little bit of cleanings. And one of the staircases is in need of attention. So, but all of that assets belong to the Parks Department. Because in that same neighborhood, there was another staircase which was closed for quite some time. We call that in the Long Street stairs. And a couple of years ago, we rebuilt that. We spent about 800, some serious money, Council, of almost $1 million, and rebuilt that staircase. So long-winded way for me to say, the ones of Fisher is not Public Works, it is the cities, but our Parks Department. And if there's anything which we can do to help each other, we will.
Well, at least it's a department we haven't had the hearing for yet, so I can bother them next week. That's better than one that has already passed. Can you guys talk about, have we thought at all about, I just saw last week Somerville doing permeable pavement for some of its bike lanes as a way to drain and such. I mean, have we, and obviously we're having macro conversations about green infrastructure and stormwater management. Have we thought about that at all? From an untrained eye, it looks like we're using the same material on our bike lanes right now and just striping them as we use for the roadway, but wondered about that.
So, Councillor, in fact, Boston was one of the leading cities in this whole area to look at the use of permeable materials. One of the biggest concerns we had with permeable materials, whether it is on a sidewalk or on the roadway, Councillor, because of the permeable nature, because you are trying to get water to go down. Sometimes dust and sand that might be in our snow operations, they tend to clog these. So the effectiveness of the permeability is always questionable, and we are working towards finding resources to maintain that permeable surface. So that's part 1. Part 2 is, for the last 2 years, we have been installing permeable materials on both our sidewalks and on our bike lanes. So when I say we, Boston, we want to be at the leading edge of this stuff, not at the trailing edge, and we are actively deploying, not on all our bike lanes, but on some strategic bike lanes where we are rebuilding the road surface also. Hopefully what I'm saying makes sense, because sometimes you can just paint a bike lane and we can't, so under those circumstances, obviously we are not adding a permeable pavement. But if I'm rebuilding the state, Councillor, we are doing it.
Okay, great. And I think I had a note in answer to my written questions that you guys are, you're working at looking at this idea of some kind of sidewalk snow removal pilot, but not, it looks like Mike not quite ready to make commitments on that yet.
Yeah, I want to make sure that, our scope of what we can commit to meets what we can do. And I think we talked in that hearing, we also got some folks in the law department want to make sure that what we're doing isn't taking the ownership of any issues. Again, sidewalks in snow in the city of Boston is landowners' responsibility, but we're trying to, I think your question was very well heard, and that it was high thoroughfare, foot traffic, corridors where folks are maybe using transit. And so myself and former Chief of Streets, Chris Osgood, have talked a lot about this and how we best roll this out in a way that we can do what we commit to. And it also doesn't take resources away from, I think I said in that hearing, making sure that, and I always say the names, Jim Holy, Commissioner Dempsey, make sure that their folks and then the folks at the MBTA are able to move their articulated buses around the city in snow is itself a very tall task. So it's juggling 2 things with the same amount of manpower, resources, and thinking through what type of equipment that kind of looks like.
Great. Yeah, no, I just think, I mean, Councilor Baker made a similar reference, but I think we're all grappling right now with the fact that, some of the federal money that's coming to the city, it's one time. And so if there's something where there's an opportunity, for instance, to acquire equipment to expand our capacities, right? Obviously, you've still got your staffing challenges and I'm mindful that to expand the responsibility of the department means that the department needs more resources, right? But but at the same time, it's like, this is a good time for if there's sort of physical equipment type stuff that we would need.
And I think, you know, I should not mention Billy Coughlin and Matt Bradley, who, you know, if you look at our social media in a snowstorm, you know, we clear a bike lane and there's 1,000 likes. We're clearing that bike lane with, you know, equipment that was thought through by Billy Coughlin and Matt Bradley, along with Norman Parks and Danny Nee. So, I mean, we're always looking at how our fleet looks against what infrastructure we're maintaining. So, no, that's understood.
Great. And yeah, and just really want to thank you guys for getting the team over to work on the bricks on Dartmouth between Beacon and Boylston. We hear about it in my office all the time. It's just such a wide stretch and it gets such utilization with folks going to the bridge onto the Esplanade and you know, crossing to Copley Square. And so really appreciate that. And I had asked this in writing, but I sort of, it feels to me like it would be great for us to just kind of have a standard kind of line item where we said this, we're going to do a certain amount of brick sidewalk work each year, because I feel like, I mean, we know they're more expensive and finicky to fix. And I think that when they compete against concrete, it feels like tough from a price perspective. But then I think we end up with holes and delayed maintenance, and that's actually worse, right, than well-repaired brick from an ADA perspective for everybody. And I've also, you know, heard a lot of interest, you know, in my district and kind of, you know, where are there opportunities for us to do more of those stretches at a time, right? Obviously, the repair is great from Boylston to Beacon on Dartmouth, but like in terms of thinking about places where you can get that smooth surface in, it just feels like having a kind of a brick sidewalk replacement program where we knew we were doing a certain quantity each year in the way that we think about street resurfacing or whatever might be a better way to steward that asset. So just if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, so that work that you saw was under the eye and leadership of Danny Nee, who caught those comments to make sure that we could still put our eyes on it. And Mike Gating's construction team was able to make the spot repair. Now I'm talking about city employees fixing city streets with a scope of work that was manageable. It was a good bit, but it was a manageable amount. And that second shift, I think I mentioned in my notes, brickwork team that kind of was created about 2.5 years ago, has really allowed us to spot fix things. But I understand where you're coming from. I think that Meg Manzacone at the Back Bay Business Association has been working forever with Para and myself about those stretches that you mentioned. The Exeter Fairfield. I mean, I just, you know, over time we've done those Boylston walks a lot. And I think we're looking at that, and I think we have one this year, right? And so I think we're looking at that in that bigger bite of the apple, like you mentioned, and like Meg talks about. And then John Steen, do you want to talk about bricks at all? Or?
We don't really have a big budget to do the bricks because it costs so much in the maintenance side of things, but we are always looking to make the bricks better and more ADA accessible. So when we go in, we don't just do small areas, we're trying to do larger areas. So you might not see us in as many locations, but we are trying to use the resources that we have to do a complete job so that we don't have to keep coming back year after year.
So we certainly, you know, in our budget and in our inventory, Darlene Williams, who oversees our highway budget, she is always looking at bricks, always making sure that we have them in stock, always making sure that Mike Manning team has that inventory. Well, it is pricey. It is also in our inventory of sidewalks, so we have to maintain them. And it's on us to make sure that we are treating them like we're treating any other street. Obviously, a sidewalk missing brick is a problem, right? A hairline crack on a concrete sidewalk is a hairline crack on a concrete sidewalk. A missing brick is, you know, an ankle. So we understand it. We see it. I think we're making positive gains towards that end. You know, when I talk about these larger stretches that Power's working on, and then just that spot repair that you saw. We did some really good work in Bay Village about 2 months ago, where we got a lot of work done, much like you saw in Dartmouth Street. So, you know, we are a point and click team. You show us what we need, and we try to react. It's unfortunately the nature of our work, but I understand where you're coming from.
And how much, this could be a follow-up that you guys could send, but how much do we spend a year on brick sidewalk work?
I think
we can find out.
Yeah, if you could just send me how much do we spend, and it sounds like we basically do it all in-house. Is that fair? We're not really contracting the bricks out?
No, I contract out brickwork. If you were in the south end right now or on West Canton Street and things like that, we do contract out, especially if it's paving street with brick sidewalks we're in there working on. We did a program 2 years ago up on Beacon Hill and things like that. So we do contract out. So we can get a cost.
Great. Okay, it would be great to get some follow-up on that. I love that. Just to understand, it'd be helpful for me to understand like where it kind of falls in the budget and how to think about it. Last question, and I do want to move to BTD. Just if you could talk a little bit, Mike, about, because we had a few counselor questions about, broadly kind of jobs at PWD. So one question is just to what extent you guys are involved in the zero waste and green jobs training piece. And then also just in terms of the percentage of women in the department. And I know that we haven't done much hiring of anybody during COVID, but just kind of where things are on that front for the department.
Sure. So yeah, so the breakdown of employment by male female, it isn't great. That isn't a number that I love to see or really anyone likes to see. There's been some good work done in the past few years, like I said, but I named Madison Park, City Academy, Wentworth, Northeastern. We are getting interns. We are getting folks to come in. It's just that permanent hire. Do they want to stay? It's a if I can just speak in real regular terms, public works has long been a male-dominated industry by way of just the work. And I think that's changed over time. I think we're seeing growth, and Kara's talked about losing some really good candidates in the ninth inning because of just other options, and I wouldn't say highest bidder, but just a better opportunity for someone somewhere else. We are about to hire our first maintenance mechanic in our street lighting division, who's a female. That's a really big deal. That's inside an active labor force that is maintaining, is working. So we are making strides. We are cognizant of that. Trish Casey again is doing really good work with the HR transformation team to help with recruitment of employees into public works. We also struggle too, Council, with a good percentage of our jobs are civil service driven. You've got to come off a list. So that kind of limits our ability to recruit. It's more so because of civil service statutes. We've got to we interview who they send us, and that's in about, I would say, 45 to 50% of our jobs. That's in our highway operation where we have our largest team. But I think we would all admit we need to do a better job making a more well-rounded workforce. Sorry, I need to add that. And then Brian, I'll talk about zero waste.
Yeah, so Council, thanks for the question. The zero waste green jobs opportunities will come as we shape the new positions that we're putting up. So we have a position for a zero waste programs manager, and there'll be a coordinator also under that. As we start these new initiatives that are listed in the zero waste plan for the years to come, it'll just, our hope is that the green jobs will be coming. It's just going to be a cause and effect. As we implement a program, we're going to need someone to run it. We're going to need, entry-level positions to help to learn what's going on and maybe even, become, full-time and then work a little bit. So just a.
Great. Well, okay, we'll continue to follow up with you all about that then. And sorry, I said it was last question, little thing, but not little where it's impact. So I had a constituent with a stroller, almost got hit yesterday on Back Street, right? Our classic private way, has lots of problems. We know paving problems, all kinds of things. But specifically it was, there's that bridge that's heavily utilized and has, where you want to cross over to the Esplanade. And obviously there's no signalization on Back Street. There's very little in the way of stop signs. And as we all know with ways, more and more people are using back byways. And so I think, people coming off that thing back there, they think they're in a back alley. They don't expect as they push the stroller across the street there to get somebody running 40 miles an hour. So I guess my question is, in the same way that we test these private ways for, making sure they're accessible to fire and whatever, is there a mechanism by which we can intervene or talk to, I would love to talk to private owners of that stretch to say, hey, I think you need a sign, like, I think you need something that says like people are crossing here, et cetera. And so I'm sort of, and I don't want to let the jurisdiction issues get in the way of the safety intervention, so.
Councillor, so regulating the roadway councillor is something which we can work with the transportation department. The issues with backstreet, you know, I've been here 20+ years, it's been there for the longest time. And if you could assist us, councillor, with creating some sort of a dialogue amongst the property owners, because you know you've got Stoggle Drive on one side and it's a whole bunch of homeowners, and they do understand, councillor, that it is their responsibility to collectively come together. We've had, you know, starts and opposites of starts about trying to bring this community together so that we can help them to manage the situation. So anything which you can do, councillor, will be absolutely appreciated, but it's a conversation that needs to have with the transportation department, because whatever the advisory signs that needs to be put up, we will need the help from Commissioner Craig Rooney's team.
Okay, great. Thank you. And yes, I'm happy to help be a solution on that because it's an important issue. All right. Well, thank you all. And I will just lend my second to everybody's thanks for your incredible personnel who work so hard on our behalf. And this is when people think about what the basic services of the city are, I think a lot of what they think of is what Public Works does, and we all rely on it every day. So I was thinking, even I did a little spring cleaning this weekend and putting out my trash and recycling. I just thought about how magical and how unbelievable people in, like, you know, past centuries would think it, that I could just go through my house and then put out a bunch of trash or recycling on the curb and it could disappear. But we know that happens through real work. And yeah, just really appreciate you all a lot. So thank you, Mike, and thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor.
And I want to thank also the transportation team for being so patient in waiting. We do have these two departments and they're kind of blockbusters. Maybe next year we won't put them together. Well, next year we'll all be back in the chamber, so different world. But thank you all. And now I'm going to go over to Commissioner Rooney, who I see in front of me. Hello, Commissioner.
Hey, how are you?
Great, great. So Commissioner, without further ado, I'd love to just jump over to you. Feel free to introduce your team, any opening remarks before, you know, and then presentation, anything you're doing, and then we'll jump into questions.
Sure, I'll try to be brief. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thank you for having us here today. For the record, my name is Greg Rooney, and I have the honor of leading the Boston Transportation Department as its commissioner. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share the work of the Transportation Department and to answer any questions you may have. Today, I'm joined by a number of staff, including Amy Cording, our Director of Engineering, Vineet Gupta, Director of Policy and Planning, Coleman Flaherty, our Budget Director, Steve McGuire, Assistant Parking Clerk, as well as Stephanie Seskin, who leads our Active Transportation team, Brad Garrett, our Deputy Commissioner for Field Operations, Matt Moran, who oversees the transit team, Ong Nguyen, who is part of our budget office, and Pat Hoey, who is one of our senior planners. As you all know, the past year has brought unprecedented and unexpected challenges for the residents of Boston. I am extremely proud of the work performed by the women and men of the Boston Transportation Department throughout the year. I want to thank each and every one of them for their tremendous dedication and for the work they performed under extraordinary circumstances. Despite these challenges, the women and men of the Transportation Department continue to serve on the front lines and deliver services to the residents of our great city throughout the pandemic. As a department, we did our best to support our first responders, essential workers, and residents as we all grappled with COVID-19. Due to this unprecedented year, our work looked different than it normally does. We focused on healthy reopening and an equitable recovery for the city. We launched the Healthy Streets Initiative to accelerate our work to improve safety and reliable transit. We want to give residents better access to jobs, neighborhood retail centers, and open space. Through this program, we implemented 6.5 miles of bike lane with additional 4.5 miles slated to be installed this summer. We provided discounts for Blue Bike passes and from the city-owned Blue Bikes program for Boston restaurant and retail workers, free passes for Boston grocery store workers, and free passes for hospital workers. We were able to accelerate design and construction of several bus priority projects, including the center running bus lanes on Columbus Ave and Eggleston Square, and the outbound peak hour bus lane on Washington Street in Roslindale. We collaborated with other city partners to bring outdoor dining to streets. We saw 337 businesses benefit from this program in 2020. So far in 2021, we have 279 patios that are set up in the roadway, with another 151 extended on the sidewalk level. And we continue to receive more applications as the weather gets warmer. In the coming fiscal year, we will continue this work to ensure that our residents are supported in getting to where they need to go. This past year, BTD worked hard to improve systems and safety for all residents. Our engineering and operations team worked tirelessly to upgrade systems, standardize coordination, and respond quickly in order to improve constituent experience. We worked with healthcare workers to waive tickets received for non-public safety violations received while performing their critical work, issued more than 100 temporary parking placards to local healthcare workers working in Boston's neighborhoods. We relaxed enforcement of metered and time-restricted violations so that residents forced to work from home would have one less thing to worry about. Through Vision Zero, we continue to make consistent and measurable progress towards our goal of eliminating serious and fatal crashes in the city. We also continue to make progress on our Go Boston 2030 Transportation Vision and Action Plan. Through our Neighborhood Slow Streets program, we have 13 projects in construction and design and continue to move forward with that program. A small scale safety program was developed for quick implementation of neighborhood safety projects. We continue to leverage technology to improve the delivery of services to our residents. This year, we implemented an auto renewal program for existing resident parking permit holders so that residents wouldn't have to struggle to renew their permits during the pandemic. We mapped our workflow in order to integrate assets for signs, signals, and pavement markings. New signals were installed, repaired, upgraded, and retimed throughout the city. 30 new traffic controllers were installed or replaced. We installed 40 accessible pedestrian signals at 42 intersections. We've also upgraded several BTD staff so that they can now install and maintain our speed feedback and crosswalk warning signs. These are just a handful of the accomplishments from the past year, all while we continue to provide continuity of service across the city. The Boston Transportation Department's vision is for Boston streets to be safe, inclusive, and vibrant. Our mission is to plan, build, maintain, and operate our streets in a manner that increases access to opportunities, promotes safety and resilience, and fosters the highest quality of life for everyone living, working, and visiting our city. I'm proud to lead the department as we emerge from the challenges of the past year and forge ahead towards a more equitable future. In a year of uncertainty, we look forward to continuing to provide services that residents rely on. We thank the council for working with us to bring the best services possible for our residents and look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. It's quite a list of things that have happened this year, so appreciate that a lot. Councilor Braden, I'm going to you first. You ready? 1 second. While I'm waiting for Councilor Braden for a minute, I'm gonna jump to, sorry, Councilor Mejia, are you ready? We've got a few technical things going on here. All right, I know that she has a time constraint, so I'm just gonna jump to Councilor Edwards. Do you wanna go, since I know you've got somewhere to leave for shortly?
Councilor Block, I'm here if you need someone.
Yeah. Well, Councilor Flynn, if since we're striking out here, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Block, and thank you to the transportation team that's here. I know in my earlier discussion, I was talking about speeding vehicles going through my district of District 2, but also through South Boston. The gentleman that owns King Terminal on Summer Street had a radar detector system, and cars were going down Summer Street, and he has this documented frequently going down there 80 miles an hour, going down Summer Street onto L Street. I asked him to give me a copy of this this information and he said he would. I'm very concerned about, as the city of Boston opens up slowly, the speed of cars going through our neighborhoods is increasing. Certainly, we need more police enforcement. That's critical. But also, 25 miles an hour is extremely high. But I need some, as I mentioned earlier, I really need some speed bumps on L Street and many other streets in South Boston. Where are we on that, Commissioner?
Thank you, Councilor. Obviously, the speeds of vehicles in the city are a great concern of the Transportation Department as well. We certainly share your concerns, and we appreciate the work that you've done to help get the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit implemented citywide. We will continue to work both with you, the other elected officials within the South Boston delegation, on safety improvements. We continue to focus on to the two programs that can effectively do the most work are the Neighborhood Slow Streets program and our newly created small scale safety program to try to do some of the more quick hit improvements. So we've done a significant amount of work on L Street in the past and continue to focus on that particular location to continue to make changes as we can. I know there is construction, or there's a development planned at 776 Summer Street that a lot of the planning around that development will include additional enhancements for safety throughout the neighborhood, but specifically in that particular corridor. So we will work continue to work closely with your office on those concerns, and happy to continue the conversation with you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And I also want to acknowledge the work from your team, the BTD team, during the last year and during the last several years, working closely with my office, but they've been exceptional. They've been very, very professional. I just want to highlight their work as well. We talk a lot and try to do as much as we can on pedestrian safety. And I know your staff takes that issue very seriously, as I do, because my constituents do. Commissioner, what else can you tell me about how are we going to improve pedestrian safety in my district, in District 2, whether it be South Boston, Chinatown, or the South End? What steps are we taking short term, and what steps are we taking long term to make the neighborhood as safe as we can, especially for young families with their little kids crossing, going to school? We see seniors going to the public library or the supermarket. We see persons with disabilities crossing. What are we doing short term, and what are we doing long term?
Well, certainly safety, as I mentioned before, is the number one priority for the department. And so we want to ensure that all modes of transportation are all users of all modes are safe and able to get to where they want to go without concern of being injured or being involved in a crash. So as development occurs throughout the district, certainly we're heavily involved in planning, working both with the developers through TAPR agreements, working with the BPDA, our partners and other city departments to ensure that as we have an opportunity to redesign a location, that we are taking the opportunity to implement as much of the safety enhancements as we can. We are constantly working with the community through 311 to respond to specific needs that constituents have, work with your office and other elected officials on a daily basis. Our team works tirelessly to be responsive as quickly as possible to concerns as they arise. And again, we do plan the work as best we can. Whenever we know we have a project coming down, we ensure that we can, that all of our various divisions within BTD are engaged. Our active transportation team, obviously our engineers, our planners, everybody is at the table thinking long-term on how can we make these roads safer for all of our residents and visitors. So, it's just a constant discussion and collaboration to make sure that we are implementing safer streets, both long-term and responding in kind as concerns come to our attention.
I see Vineet and I see Amy on, who I've worked with closely, and I know Carla as well. So I want to acknowledge them. They've been very professional and hardworking. So I want to say thank you to all of your team, but especially to some of them that we work with almost on a daily basis. Hey, Commissioner, are you familiar with the street signs in Chinese about the street signs in Chinese for Chinatown?
Yes.
What's the latest?
The signs have been fabricated. We're working to ensure the installation at the right locations. So I worked with the IGR and ONS to make sure that we do have the signs ready to go and that we are coordinating with the community to make sure that they're installed. And we will be following up with your office on that. I don't have a specific date, but it's something that we're on the cusp of accomplishing.
Okay, I'm glad you're working with IGR, ONS, the community, with my office. I was the one that originally proposed this because an elderly gentleman from Chinatown Residents Association asked me about it, who has since passed away. I obviously wanted to get it done when this gentleman, Mr. Yu, was a wonderful man. When Mr. Yu was alive, but he passed away. But I'd like to see this a top priority. I've waited for this for 3 years, and my constituents have waited for it for 3 years. I've promised them, and they ask me all the time, and I keep telling them it's coming, but I don't like to keep saying something is coming if it's not coming. And when I promise something to my constituents, I deliver it. So this is a priority for me because it's a priority for my district. It's about respect for the Chinatown community. It's about respect for our immigrant community. And it's been taking a while, but I want to get this done and let the Chinatown community, who had a difficult year, let them know that they're important, and we treat them with respect. We treat them with dignity, and we need to get them involved in an event of how we have an event in Chinatown, and let the community take the credit for bringing this forward to the city of Boston. And that's what I would like to see as it relates to an event of putting up these signs. It's about the community, and it's about the advocacy of getting this done. So hopefully we can work on that, Commissioner.
Absolutely. We want to make this a celebration. I'm sorry to hear that the gentleman who initially proposed it has passed on. But regrettably, this unfortunately got kind of delayed through a variety of issues, not the least of which was the pandemic of the last year. So we absolutely agree with you, and we will be coordinating closely with you for some sort of unveiling of these as soon as we can.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, Mr. Yu lived down the road a little bit from the Josiah Quincy School, and I visited him a couple of times. He had diabetes, but he passed away. But a wonderful man. I can show you a picture of him eventually, because I know you'll definitely recognize him when you see him. But anyway, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to the transportation team. And thank you, Councilor Bach, for letting me go over an extra minute.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Next up, Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see some familiar faces here this morning. Thank you so much. I want to give a big shout out to Amy and Amy for your help with the Lincoln, the Portsmouth Street conversation. You went over and above in tackling a project that had been put on the back burner several years ago, and I think the community really appreciates you weighing in on helping us to move that forward. Just a few questions. I know we have two traffic calming projects in the works in Oak Square and in 30 Washington Street area. You know, we continually get concerns about the crossing at the Franklin Street footbridge across the Pike. It comes from over by the Alston Depot across to Franklin Street. Bicyclists and pedestrians come off the crosswalk, off onto the crosswalk, and you know, there's a lot of speeding traffic coming off the Pike at the Alston interchange, and getting onto Lincoln Street as a way to avoid traffic on the Pike. And they really put the shoe down and travel very fast, because so it's really to put that as sort of a next priority for some traffic calming. I know there is a flashing crosswalk light there, but I think we may need to do something a bit more aggressive than that. And then the other issue that's come up very recently was some cyclist concerns about if you're on Cambridge Street going down towards the Alston interchange and want to turn left onto North Harvard Street, it's really incredibly difficult for bicyclists to get across to the center of the road and then to make the left turn. So they want us to take another look at that. I know it wasn't specifically addressed in the mobility study. And we have a large menu of things in the mobility study that we're going to be looking at over many years. So I think we'll be keeping each other very busy for the next little while. And then the other issue is with Waze. It's a blessing and a curse. Like if you really want to avoid getting stuck in traffic, it's really nice to be able to cut through residential neighborhoods and get to where you want to go quicker. But we're having a lot of complaints about speeding. We get a lot of complaints about people going through stop signs in a residential neighborhood and not giving way on hills and being quite aggressive about it. So is there any way that we can interject with Waze? Like, I don't know what options do we have with Waze about giving people feedback, like they know where they are, giving people feedback. You're in a residential area, 20 miles an hour, please. I don't know how that app can be modified to help moderate speeds, etc. And then we have an ongoing conversation with regard to resident parking restrictions in relation to the compact living pilot. The whole idea, the compact living pilot has a very, very low parking ratio, like 0 to 1.25. But then it needs to be paired with restrictions in the ability to get a resident parking sticker, so that the folks don't just park in the street. And I think this is an interdepartmental issue for folks over there that needs to be sorted out, because we're sending very mixed messages to developers, and we're sending mixed messages to the residents of our neighborhood about compact living and parking ratios, etc. So I think that's just something we need to sort out going forward. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to briefly touch on the points you made, obviously, as far as Oak Square and the traffic calming and Cambridge Street and the cycle improvements, you have BTD's best and brightest in this hearing with Amy and Stephanie to address these concerns. We're happy to work with your office to get a little more detail, and so we can follow up after the hearing. You hit the nail on the head with Waze. It is a blessing and a curse. We struggle as well. Obviously, it's challenging to work with these these companies based on, the business they're in and the algorithms they create to try to help their users. Sometimes we also have to be concerned about if you eliminate the ability to use one road, you're now shifting that traffic to another road. So it's not always the best solution to try to restrict any one street. But it's certainly something that we also are concerned about, and we hear it from residents throughout the city. So we'll continue to see what we can do to try to help mitigate some of those concerns. And finally, on the RPP restrictions, we do work with developers through our TAPA agreements and have historically worked with those developers on restrictions for resident parking stickers. And we will continue to we understand that sometimes development is outpacing other things in the community. So we need to work to make sure that the residents are protected, and we'll do what we can to try to mitigate the additional vehicles through TAPA agreements and other restrictions.
Councilor Braden, you're muted.
I'm talking to myself.
Mindful of
Talking to
time.
myself. Talking to myself. Thank you so much. That's all I have for now.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Braden. And I am going to let Councilor Lydia Edwards go out of order. So Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just confirming, I said a list of thank yous before, didn't mean to exclude Greg or Amy, and thanking you both for working a great deal in East Boston and helping to make sure that we were at least moving as much as possible and also planning accordingly. We know we're in the middle of Plan East Boston, and as a result, we're trying our best to have, have all the East Boston city councilors in the airport. What a surprise. Anyway, but I wanted to make sure I followed up on specific concerns listed about the Plan East Boston in some areas. So first, dealing with East Eagle Square, I brought that up in the last meeting. I do want to know how your offices are marrying this and making sure that we don't end up with one of the greatest messes. We've seen this coming for years. It's this new police station, an existing business, and trucks backing up. I just need to know that we're going to have a plan come October. Then I wanted to also discuss several issues. The biggest issue I hear about is enforcement in the North End, and now especially with outdoor dining and also in East Boston. And how are we going to we need more enforcement essentially. And how I know one of the things that's come up from me and from Councilor Flynn is actually a hearing on parking. And I've always, I think the last time we had a conversation with Carla in East Boston, we discussed about planning for parking, specifically where metered parking could go, and that income could go to hopefully pay for more enforcement, especially meter parking around all the 4 T stations in East Boston, and how to make sure that we could do additional enforcement. I do want to thank you for hearing the community and working for building a greener infrastructure. And so I do. And I want to thank you, Greg, for getting on the phone with me to help me understand what's going on with the new infrastructure in terms of the plug-in or the charging stations for electric vehicles. It was going to happen. It's happening. And I do appreciate the conversation. And I look forward to us continuing the conversation about how we marry that with residential needs. I think the overnight parking kind of is a great balance, so we can continue that. So I just want to say thank you. I know that's a lot right now on enforcement and Eagle Square. So I'll leave it with those two, and then I have a couple more questions, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with the enforcement piece. So over the last 2 years, the department has realigned our enforcement resources. So we had at one point in time 9 shifts. We've consolidated down to 4 now, and we've distributed the staffing to have better coverage across the city to ensure that we can accommodate all the needs for all the different programs that we're supporting, including resident parking and street cleaning and things like that. So we've made a concerted effort to better align our staffing levels with the regulations that are in effect at the times of day that they need to be enforced. So we'll continue to adjust and certainly we've got the North End on our radar because of outdoor dining. We understand the challenges specifically for that neighborhood due to the density of restaurants. So we will up our efforts in that regard. We're in the process of actually hiring a new assistant director for enforcement. We were unfortunate in losing our previous assistant director to our good friends at Public Works. So their gain is our loss, but we are working hard to fill that position. As far as East Eagle Square, I'll let Amy take this. She's been very involved, as you know, and certainly we want this to be. We know we have a lot going on in that location, and we want to balance. Safety again is top priority. So, Amy, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we heard you loud and clear at that last meeting. I know a lot about both Channel Fish and Energy Transfer's truck operations and stuff. I heard you with the police station. I've reached out to Captain McCormick to basically talk through what would make sense for the police station, and then we can layer on the truck needs on top of that. So he was away for his son's graduation, but I hope to meet up with him in the next week or two to figure out what the police station would like to see out there, and we'll take it from there.
Well, thank you. And I think it's really key for us to have this settled before the police station opens in October. And it's important for me, especially, to be able to, I mean, we've seen the video, we've seen that this is a real accident prone area. And I think it's a matter of life and death for some people. And police cruisers coming down the street with trucks backing in cannot be our ultimate plan. And I know that also involves DPW and then also them figuring out what they can do with land that they do or don't have, and the practical operations that they have. But we have to resolve this issue. Just swinging over to, I just wanted to note, I think if you can give me some update on the constituent services or community liaison position. I think you are still hiring that person to assist, I think Carla specifically. It's just, there's a lot of 311s that are coming through. A lot of people feel that, we're trying. I know you guys are stretched, Ben, I know you are, but if there's what's going on with the new hire, and I think it would be helpful immensely in helping to make sure that we're as responsive as possible to the community. There have been several pedestrian safety improvements, and I want to thank you for the repaving and the painting of the crosswalks. I want to continue to push for some more on Sumner, London, Prince and Salem, North Martin and Thatcher, Lewis and Fulton. Again, I just brought up traffic calming in the last hearing, and I'll bring it up again this hearing, that we really, the traffic calming on Bennington Street is very necessary. And I wanted to also bring up I think it was a parking audit, or one of the conversations that we had last year, and then Councilor Flynn brought it up again this year, to specifically have an audit of all the parking that we have available in the city. I think we are planning without a real understanding of the limited capacity of parking that we have. And, that's not good. It's going to come to a head, and we're seeing that come to a head, for example, in the North End. And also on the North End, I think I'd love for BTD and the licensing department to work with, if the outdoor dining is going to continue, that there has to be a plan for how the restaurants are contributing financially to pay for the parking of the residents if they're going to continue to take up a city resource, which is our public streets. And I think that you guys should come up with what that budget could look like and how it could be spread on the shoulders of the restaurants. And again, Greg and Kathleen, Joyce, and all of us were in the meeting. We're discussing this. We know it's a pilot program. I know there's lots to learn. I understand that. I'm just putting that out there for next year if this is going to continue. And that's it for my questions for now. I do have some specific project locations that I will send over to you on some of the street calming and some of the other places where the crosswalks can be filled in. I want to thank you all. And I apologize for the background noise, and I'm trying to balance a lot right now, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I do want to also thank you for the opportunity to have the conversation last week regarding the electric charging stations. And I owe you a little more information. I will get that to you hopefully by the end of the day today. As far as hiring, yes, we continue to focus on hiring throughout the department. Obviously, we've been in a little difficult position due to the response to COVID-19, and so some positions have essentially been on hold longer than others. We will continue to work towards full staffing. As far as traffic calming and pavement markings, we certainly do the best we can to ensure the quality of the pavement markings on the street. And we have a team that's working. We have lots of eyes on the street throughout the department, not just within our operations division, but also our parking enforcement officers report concerns that they see. And we roughly touch on refreshing or installing new pavement markings on around a third of the streets each year. Not a third of the streets, I'm sorry, a third of the overall pavement markings are done on an annual basis. So we will, if there are areas that are of great concern, make sure that they're flagged for us either through 311 or please reach out to us if you have a specific location so we can ensure that it's on our list. Parking audit, we can look into that. We've done it in more one-off situations in smaller areas. We haven't done anything on a citywide basis, but it's obviously a concern and with development and the changing dynamics in some neighborhoods. These are concerns that certainly need to be addressed and looked at. And I agree on the outdoor dining, this current pilot, there are a lot of lessons to be learned and certainly there are a lot of things that will change as a result of what we've learned the last 2 years. And at some point, the waiving of fees for use of city streets and city sidewalks will have to be looked at very carefully. And some aspects of the program are less sustainable than others, and parking is the number one challenge for us and other uses of the curb, trying to find alternatives for not only residents but other businesses to be able to conduct business with loading zones, and we have valet operations that can't be conducted because their current zone is actually is dining now. So these are things that we'll continue to work through as a team with the other departments that we're working on, both licensing, public works, O&S, small business. Everybody that's involved in the conversation will continue to look at these issues that have been raised.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Rooney, and thank you, Councillor Edwards. Since the time has elapsed, we're going to move on next to Councillor Flaherty, and then it's Councillor Mejia, Councillor O'Malley. Councillor Flaherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Commissioner and his team for the great work they do. I'm in touch with the commish and/or a member of his team, if not weekly, almost daily. So appreciate all of your efforts on behalf of the city, and particularly throughout COVID, and how responsive you and your team have been to addressing issues that I brought to the forefront. Want to touch on a couple, obviously, that have just been mentioned. Obviously, is the accelerated funding for crosswalk and lane marking revitalization. Obviously, that's it's been part of Vision Zero, but it's been one of the big complaints that my staff, we field a lot across the city. I know that it's tough being on the Northeast, and we can only stripe certain times of the year with certain temperatures, et cetera. Plus, the snow and the ice and the salt and the plowing tends to obviously be our worst enemy at times. But just keeping pace with that, I urge and implore that happened. A lot of folks, particularly intersections, a lot of our intersections are a mess. So now that the weather has turned, if we can get crews out there in full force, and then if that means that we need to staff up and hire additional, and hopefully this budget will support that, that would be great. Want to talk a little bit about, obviously the cyclists would like to see an additional 10 miles added this year, projected bike lanes. I just want to, from your perspective, does this budget support that? Is a question that I have. And also neighborhood safe streets. I love the idea of the program because it allows residents to engage around what areas in their neighborhood need improvements. However, last year, due to COVID, the nomination process was changed. So I guess the question I have is, will we be going back to that nomination process? And if so, can I be helpful in any way in hosting neighborhood meetings across the city as an at-large councilor to get the word out? Because I thought that was a great effort under the Walsh administration to engage folks with trouble spots, trouble intersections, et cetera. And then I know there's currently work underway and so the Grove Hall Quincy Street corridor. I know that we've got the Highland Park, Mount Hope, Canterbury, Talbot, Norfolk Triangle, the Washington Harvard Norwell area, as well as parts of Chinatown and in the in Dorchester neighborhoods, as well as West Selden Street. So any update on any of those projects would be helpful. And then something that's really kind of jumped up, and it's always been an issue, but maybe more with COVID. A lot of families, given that obviously COVID had decimated our senior population, particularly our nursing homes and our assisted living. So a lot of families were doing their best to keep their aging parents and grandparents at home. But what we're seeing is the home health aides, the caretakers, hospice, et cetera. We're losing out on a lot of those talented individuals. They do not want to come to Boston because of the ticketing and the towing, et cetera. So could I get an update, I guess, or what's the status on, for healthcare providers, caretakers, physical therapists, hospice? We need to have a program where they can come in to areas, particularly areas where, resident parking is heavily enforced, and find a way through maybe a placard program or some type of identification program where, and particularly even in situations where a caretaker is needed to do an overnight shift to care for a resident of the city, and then they come out to a ticket or a tow. We have to be more cognizant and sensitive to that, particularly for those that are dealing with aging parents and grandparents. So I'd love to get a sense as to what we can do, because I'm aware of situations where they've reached out to different organizations, and those organizations have refused to help those families, citing resident parking and or the what they consider to be sort of the excessive ticketing of their employees. So they choose other destinations. They'll go to Quincy, or they'll go to another neighboring community, or maybe they'll just service the Southwest corridor. But the densely populated neighborhoods of Boston that have and adhere to sort of strict resident parking guidelines, it's now becoming a problem for residents, taxpayers, families trying to take care of their loved ones. And we're losing out on talented caretakers. So that's it in a nutshell. I appreciate all the work you do in Commissioner, your team. You got a great team, and you've been very responsive. And again, like I said earlier with Public Works, we're blessed to have you, and you've fallen in the line of some very capable, committed transportation commissioners, and you've got tremendous experience, and we appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll listen to the answers.
Thank you, Councilor. I will do my best to make sure that I touch on all the points that you made, starting with the home health aid placards. We do work with the H-Strong Commission and try to work with some of these organizations to provide some permits for their staff. So I don't know, Steve, if you could give a little more background on some of the work that we do. I mean, certainly it's not every agency that operates within the area, but we do our best to try to work with our partners, both at H-Strong and in other city departments, to try to identify and support those home health aid workers. Steve?
Sure. Thank you. Currently, we have several programs that are underway. We have a home healthcare alliance that we issue placards to, and they have a group of caretaking facilities that they use that they distribute these placards to. So your alliance has to join this home healthcare alliance to become eligible to get placards for your visiting nurses. And there's also an actual visiting nurse program that we currently use. And we have several, probably 250 placards that are distributed to the visiting nurse program as well. And as the commissioner mentioned, we do have a elderly healthcare placard that we do distribute. So there are probably 300 to 500 healthcare placards that we do honor currently through different agencies throughout the city. And some of those one-off agencies would would come to the office and apply for them separately. And whether it's somebody's in hospice or that type of thing, we can do those one-off programs as well.
So Steve, if a family wants to contract with hypothetically, the visiting angels, and the visiting angels is not currently in that program, could the visiting angels then call BTD and say, hey, we're going to take care of Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so, and these are the times, can we have a placard? And I assume we go above and beyond to accommodate that family and that agency to make sure that their loved one gets the care that they need, whether it's during the day or overnight or on the weekends, and not fear of getting ticketed or towed. Is that how it works?
Correct.
Or is there
Yeah,
a criteria that they have to meet?
They would, that is correct. They would be eligible to get that as long as they are a healthcare provider. They would just contact our resident parking program here at the Office of the Parking Clerk, and we will be able to issue them a placard.
Thank you, Steve.
Very good. Thank you, Steve.
Councilor, to try to touch on your other points, the list of neighborhood slow streets that you mentioned, currently we have 13 either in construction or currently in design. So all of those are moving forward. We will be opening a new round at some point in the near future for additional neighborhoods to apply. We are, from a cycling perspective, our goal is to have another 4.5 miles completed this year. That'll be on top of the 6.5 miles from last year. So 11 new miles of bike lane in the last 2 years. From a pavement markings perspective, we're working on a project internally to create an online database of all of our pavement markings across the city, including crosswalks, and it'll include their current condition, recent maintenance, and just have a longer history of those particular locations and what's been done. That will give us better tracking going forward. So as I mentioned in a previous answer, we do have lots of boots on the ground across the city from both our operations teams and our enforcement team, and they report on conditions of whether it be pavement markings or signage across the city. And we also obviously look closely at 311. So this is a high priority. We continue to focus on that, and hopefully this new database will make that work a little more streamlined.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Mejia and then Councilor O'Malley. Councilor Mejia?
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for all your hard work. Really do appreciate it. I just have a few questions. Just kind of want to continue on the conversation regarding parking tickets. I know one of the things that we filed earlier in our first term in office was around income adjusted parking. And this was mainly because of the issue that Councilor Flaherty just brought up as well. But I just would like to advocate and expand beyond support for our elders. I know that there are social workers who are helping to support students who have social and emotional learning needs. So just curious, what if opportunities exist to have some of those parking placards, I guess you're calling them, for social workers? I'm not sure if that exists, but that would be another group of folks that I think could benefit because they also do home visits. And then I'm just curious, does the city do, I get a lot of calls around two-way streets that are, that should be one way. And I'm not sure what process is in place to determine how you determine which streets are then converted to one ways instead of two, because that I see a lot of congestion in certain areas, and we've gotten calls around that. And then I'm just curious around the bike lanes. I've heard, and I'm not sure if this is something that we would consider, but There are some cities that have had covered bike lanes because folks who are riding in the winter or when it's raining, is there such a thing? Is there an opportunity? And if so, what would that cost?
Okay, I'll start with that one and I'll actually ask Stephanie to jump in at some point. As far as covered bike lanes, that's something that I'm not familiar with, and from a cost and engineering perspective, I'm not sure how feasible it is, but Stephanie, do you have any insight into this?
I know that there was a popular tweet going around of a covered bike lane somewhere in the world, but I think what we try to do with our reconstruction projects at least is plant trees, which provide a lot more benefits for the environment. I think any type of covered structure would be a challenge to maintain over time and may not be aesthetically pleasing in some neighborhoods, but it's something that we can still talk about, I guess. I think that trees are probably the better answer for shade and coverage.
Thank you, Stephanie. Going back to your question on two-way streets and converting them to one-way, obviously, we would work with the community. Our engineers would look at the specific location and determine what would or would not be feasible based on other conditions and traffic flow issues that may arise. But that's something that we can do. I mean, we obviously have over the years had those conversations, and certainly if there are specific locations, we're happy to look at them and determine what can or can't be done. And then finally, as far as the placards for social workers, I mean, obviously we're willing to work with those organizations to try to determine what can be done for them to assist. So we're happy to start a conversation. It's not something that we've had a lot of discussion on in the past. With the healthcare providers, a lot of that was initiated by those individual groups and organizations, and they came to us. So if there are groups out there, we just need to engage and determine what can be done for them.
Yeah, so I'm curious in terms of your communications and engagement efforts. I know there are a lot of people in the community that really don't understand what the department does and what it can do and how it works and how it functions. So I'm curious about what your outreach efforts have been. To Stephanie's point, yeah, a lot of things circulate on Twitter and there are a lot of urban legends out there about what we can and cannot do and what are some of the, just kind of like informational literature that exists within the transportation department that could be helpful for folks, especially for people who are not as politically savvy or plugged in or have the privilege to sit here and listen to the Zoom, right? So I'm just curious about what efforts are being done around from a community engagement and knowledge sharing standpoint.
Thank you. Yes, we want to engage the community anytime we're doing work within their community. We also want to get the good word out regarding the work that we are doing citywide. So we need to focus more on getting that information out to people. We're working very closely with our partner agencies within the city to ensure that our information can be disseminated in multiple languages. Obviously, that's a major concern for a lot of people. Not everybody is English speaking in the city, and so we work with the various departments to ensure that that messaging can be translated and disseminated. When there are projects specific to an area, we do hold community meetings. COVID has made that more difficult, as we all know, in doing these Zoom meetings. It's not as effective sometimes as being able to meet out in the community and walk a street and look and listen to the concerns of people individually. But we do our best to have that outreach, and we've certainly learned some lessons through this past year and how we can communicate better, and so we will be employing some of what we've learned to better engage communities.
Yeah, and I'll just say one last thing. I know that right around Talbot and Norfolk, area, there was a kind of like a rotary that was set up. And I was talking to some constituents in that area that did not know that that was going to happen. So this is why I think community engagement and information is so important, because there are a lot of things that are just popping up in the neighborhood. And then the complaint is that they didn't know about it. So I do definitely think, even if it's just information that you want to share with our offices so that we can just share and get the word out, it'd be helpful. Because then they're yelling at us for things that we're like, okay, sorry about that. We'll just, we'll try to do a little bit better. So if there's anything that we can help disseminate, by all means, please send it our way. And thank you for your hard work.
We appreciate that, and we will absolutely take you up on that offer.
Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Let me just get out of this, pardon me, sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner Rooney, great to see you and your entire team. Special shout out, as always, to Carla Tankel, who's been such a great resource for so many of us, but really appreciate each and every one of you and your, just everyone who's not on this call, for incredible leadership during this, this very, very difficult year. As I said, to our colleagues from DPW at the earlier session, many employees of Boston Transportation Department didn't have the luxury of being able to work from home over the last 14 months. And your team was out there each and every day, making things safer, making things better. And we're just very, very grateful. And also shout out to Vineet Gupta as well, who's been doing this for a while and has been a great resource at all times for me. So I guess we'll start, Commish, on I miss seeing you monthly for our micro-mobility working group meetings. Can you talk a little bit about where we are in terms of picking that up? Obviously, we took a needed pause, I think, during the pandemic, but sort of what your thoughts are for reconvening us?
Absolutely. And likewise, haven't had the pleasure of meeting as regularly as we would like to. I think at this point, we're still working with our neighbors and surrounding communities to try to determine more of a regional approach to micromobility, and certainly keeping a close eye on the State House and what changes may be coming regarding the ability for some of these businesses to actually operate legally in the city and in the Commonwealth. So we are committed to continuing to work together. We will probably be reconvening that group very shortly, now that we've got some light at the end of this tunnel. And we are going to be opening up a little more broadly in the next few weeks. So we will continue to work together, and we appreciate your leadership on that committee as well, and your engagement. Obviously, we will be sorry to see you leave, but I'm sure somebody from the council will pick up the mantle and move forward on that project. But you can expect to have us reconvene those meetings in the coming months.
Great. And so I'll start this with a statement and then ask the question. We've seen other cities use of and for those watching, when we talk about micromobility, we're talking about electric scooters or even e-assist bikes, but more so electric scooters at this, for argument's sake. We've seen usage grow dramatically during the pandemic. Now, some of it is that other cities are opening up pilots, other programs, licensing, but more than that, it allows folks to get from point A to point B without necessarily taking the T. Or one of the reasons why I'm such a proponent of it is because in the non-downtown neighborhoods that aren't necessarily major MBTA hubs, it's an access point for many individuals. So we've seen some really good pilot programs. Commissioner, you and I agree to do this well. We need to be thinking regionally. We can't have what literally happened with Brookline, where things were geo-fenced, and if you went into Jamaica Plain, the machine would just stop. So I agree with sort of your approach about looking at an ecumenical rollout, but I'm curious if you think that a pilot this year is at all possible.
I think certainly in light of folks returning to the city and how that is going to impact traffic, is a major concern for us. And if people aren't trusting in the MBTA, or not returning in the numbers that we hope they do, it's going to put a bigger strain on our network. And I think we do need to be thinking of other alternatives. One of the, the previous administration had their concerns about moving forward while the law was not in our favor. So that's something that we'll have to have some conversations to determine if there's a change of philosophy at this point. I think, if we do something, certainly we want to be very safe and deliberate in our approach. So it's on the table, but I can't commit it one way or the other at this point.
And as I said to Superintendent Brohl, I'd rather you under-promise and over-deliver, so why don't we just keep talking on that? Obviously, we want to do this right, but I do think there's an opportunity here that we should be looking at, particularly as we are starting to see the world open up and we're seeing some tourism back. I mean, even, I don't presume to speak for the chair, but looking at some of the downtown neighborhoods where if we're talking about a more regionalized pilot, that would seem to make a lot of sense. So we'll continue the conversation. Vineet, I was, what prompted my email to you late Friday evening, and thank you for getting back to me so quickly as you always do, is I met some very dear friends in Jamaica Plain, and we were remarking on the fact that when I ran for this seat in 2010, we were in year 3 of the Center South redesign conversation. There was actually a big meeting at the then Agassiz School where probably you and I first met back in, again, the summer of 2010. So I'm just curious, as it relates specifically to the Jamaica Plain sort of look at, safety initiatives and redesign, and we won't get into too many specifics because that would be a 4-hour hearing in and of itself, but can you just reiterate your thought on how we can sort of re-engage that work and maybe get something on the books for the next weeks and months ahead?
Sure, happy to do that, Councillor. So since the time that we finished the action plan for that entire corridor from Forest Hills down to Jackson Square, we've in fact implemented the first phase, which was Hyde Square down to Jackson Square. So Hyde Square has been completely redone, and then the street going down towards Jackson Square has also seen improvements. We are now going to start the second phase, which is looking at the street from Forest Hills to Hyde Square. And we actually held several meetings back in 2018 and 2019 to begin the design process for that stretch. And given the limited right-of-way in that corridor, most of the improvements would be in the area of intersections. And so that's a process that we have funding in the capital budget for, and we hope to start in, frankly, in late fall, given our current commitments.
Good. No, I think that's helpful, and we can talk offline because maybe if we could do another sort of check-in, even a virtual check-in with some folks, that would be really helpful. Thank you for that, Vineet. Anyone can sort of jump in here. Coleman, Stephanie, Amy, Steve, anyone else who wants to. Brad, as we're talking about sort of the questions my colleagues have said and others will say, and it's one of the most common calls that we receive as district councilors are specific streets, specific speeding, the need for, or the request for speed bumps, for speed humps, for speed tables, for other things is obviously, it's not as simple as, it's not as easy as just simply putting them down. There's obviously some difficulties there, but can you talk about some other traffic calming measures that we're looking at sort of holistically that, we can begin rolling out? An example that I would use is, the solar powered speed boards that we're seeing deployed with increased frequency. If anyone, I don't know, Commissioner, if you want to delegate or answer this yourself, other ways that we can, in addition to mechanisms like lowering the speed limit in certain places, but other technologies that we can use to help traffic calming measures?
Thank you, Councilor, for that. Yes, we obviously are always expanding our toolbox for what types of interventions we can implement. As you mentioned, speed humps have become, more and more in demand, and we address that through our Neighborhood Slow Streets program. Through the small scale safety program, we are utilizing those other options and alternatives. Speed feedback signs, LED crosswalk signs, depending on locations, restricting parking to better improve sight lines, bump outs, when there's larger projects and there's an opportunity to do more work in a reconstruction phase. That's something that could be considered at some point in time. It obviously is very determined. It's determined basically based on the location and the problem. A lot of times people come to us with a solution rather than come to us with the problem and let us help get to that solution. So we really need to better understand the conditions, and then that'll really inform our decision making and what precisely, which tools make the most sense for that particular problem and location.
No, well, I appreciate your willingness to work with our office, and I know you're a resident of District 6 as well, so I know you hear it as I do at Roach Brothers. So that's I appreciate your partnership. 2 quick questions before I close. In order to have speed cameras or red light cameras, that would need a change in state legislation, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And then secondly, and I apologize, you may have answered this, or the chair may have asked this. If I missed it, I apologize for making you repeat yourselves. But what was the revenue from the meter fund this year? I imagine it was way dramatic, a tenth of what it typically is. Or maybe that's a bit oversimplification, but
I see Coleman is gathering the information as we speak. You're correct. Obviously, revenues are down throughout the department. And Coleman, do you have that number handy?
I do, Commissioner. We had been budgeted to collect, approximately $30 million this year. We are now projected to collect approximately $20 million, possibly $21 million. And coming out of the parking meter fund, there is $30 million this year, which is funding some capital projects throughout the city, as defined by the Office of Budget Management. So
we only saw a 30% or approximately 30% decrease
in parking meter funds. Yes.
That's remarkable. I thought it would have been much more, but that's at least that's healthy. Then did we see an increase similarly, since we have you, Coleman, did we see an increase in ticket or a decrease in parking tickets?
A decrease of about the same percentage, a little over a third, actually. It was running closer to 40% for most of the year until recently when street cleaning kicked in.
Yeah.
So we're about a third below.
And anecdotally, did we see an increase in, or anecdotally, I think the answer is yes, an increase in individuals reporting neighbors to BTD through either the 311 app or otherwise? I saw it on my own street, heard from a number of constituents saying, why the H is the city ticketing us? And I'd say, well, when a complaint is lodged from someone, we have to look into it, obviously. So did we see an increase, just more people being home?
That's exactly correct.
Yeah.
The 311 calls were way up. Enforcement was dispatched.
So don't blame me and Commissioner Rooney or Coleman Flaherty when you get that ticket. So the neighbor, maybe you should have shoveled for them when they needed help.
You have to commit an infraction to be ticketed.
Indeed.
We just don't give them out.
That's fair point. Well said. Well, good. Well, thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your great work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thanks so much, Councilor O'Malley. Next up, Councilor Baker, and then Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. I apologize. I'm on my phone. Good morning, Greg, good morning, good afternoon, Greg, and everybody that is with you there. Thank you for what you do. I just want to hop on a couple of my colleagues first and support, Councilor Braden on what she had spoken about when we allow developers or whoever to come in and build with no parking, the ability to be able to limit those residences from getting the ability to have resident parking. I know I had advocated to do that in a couple spots in my district. I don't really know if it happened or not. And I also wanted to support Councilor Flaherty, and there was good information there on the caretaker plaques. I know that was something that was important for me back when we had people coming in, helping my mother when she was in her home there. So I just want to support those efforts and talk a little bit about, we had Public Works before this, and Eddie had spoken about this also. Everybody actually has. It's the speed bumps and speed humps and raised crosswalks. I wanted to put in for, I had talked with, or had been talking with people in Public Works and also Chris Osgood about, St. Brendan's, a whole plan up there for a couple of years actually, and I just found out there was no plan there. So I'm gonna look to see what happens in St. Brendan's up the whole area for a plan around speed bumps in particular. Longfellow Street is another street I've been advocating for years. Butwell Street, Monadnock Street, and not to belabor the point, but those are all places that I've been asking for speed bumps for 4 or 5 years. So thank you, and anything we can do there, I'm going to be pushing on my side, and hopefully we can get something done. And another thing is on Dot Ave from Columbia Road to Andrew Square, there are no crosswalks at all, that whole stretch of Dot Ave. If we can get some crosswalks someplace, and Matt had asked the questions about the parking fund. That's good that we were only down $10 million. So I guess that's probably a good number. And that's about all I have. If Greg, you can answer some of those things for me, in particular, the speed bumps. The speed bumps are very important to me. So more just making statements here today, but if you feel like answering, that would be great.
Thank you, Councilor. As far as the crosswalks on Dorchester Ave, we will make sure that our team takes a look and addresses either the existing conditions or where appropriate marking should be placed. And so we'll work on that. As far as the speed bump conversation, certainly we hear you loud and clear. We had that meeting with you in your office, and we will continue to work on safety improvements throughout the district. As I mentioned, the Neighborhood Slow Streets program is where we do that speed bump work, and we are going to be reopening that program for new locations in the coming year. So we'll continue to engage with you in your office on what opportunities we have within your district.
Okay, and I don't want to belabor the point, but very, very important to me. And I felt like, 3 or 4 years ago, I had a yes on a particular plan, and then to get to 3 years later and there's no talk of any plan. It's a bit disappointing. Can you talk a little bit, Greg, about about what we do with the have we limited buildings in the past for their if they don't have parking on site? Is that something we've actually done?
Yes. I'm sorry. I should have also included that answer. We have worked with developments in the past on restricting their residents from being able to be eligible for a resident parking permit. We do that through the TAPA agreement, and we're certainly still committed to ensuring that we're not, overwhelming neighborhoods with new development and all the additional vehicles that come with it. So we'll continue to do that work on our end, and if there's anything in your district that you're aware of that you're concerned about, please let us know, and we'll obviously take a good look at it.
Well, a major concern. It's kind of city, but it's very much a state thing also, is all the Kosciuszko Circle and the way that connects. And I know we did have we had money that went towards from the beat that went towards a mobility study over there that Matt Moran, I believe. Is Matt still with you guys, or is he's with BPDA?
No, Matt is here and he's actually on the call, so he can.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Matt, how are you? Good to see you. So of importance to me going into this year, now that we're coming on, is that role that Matt Moran is playing in my district at the seat of the table when we're planning that entire area over there, because it really intersects with city, state, and now we have a private developer going in there. There's just a lot going on. I would have to really prioritize the work that Matt's doing for, because it's going to connect. You'll have every form of mobility over there. You're going to have cars, bikes, people, all of it, buses, trains. It all comes together right there, and it's very important for us to get this right for all mobility. So. Thank you, Greg. Thanks for the work, and have a good day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Baker. Next up, Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the Transportation Department for your work, one of my favorite departments. I say that all the time. And so one of the questions that I have is, I'm going to kind of piggyback off of Councilor Baker there on the speed bumps. I see everybody, all of the councilors. I get requests for speed bumps probably, if I were to average it out, twice a month. And I've seen multiple councilors come up here, ask about them over the last couple years in terms of where are they? I haven't gotten any. That brings up kind of a key question for me. How many speed bumps are we doing a year?
I don't have a number. We can get that for you.
Have we done any in the past year?
There are speed humps included in the various neighborhood slow street projects that are in construction and in design.
So outside of the slow street programs that have sort of applied and gotten selected, are there any sort of standalone speed bumps?
No, that's what the reason we created the neighborhood slow streets program was for the larger, redesign projects where it's a network of streets. It's not the one-offs. So all the speed humps are going through that program, and the other interventions that we utilize through our small scale safety program.
So in other words, if somebody doesn't make it into the slow streets program, either they're not selected or they haven't applied yet, does that mean that if they're requesting a speed hump or a raised pedestrian crosswalk sort of as a standalone, that's not going to get done unless they get into the slow streets program?
Correct.
Okay. That's good for me to know, just for when I'm communicating with residents. In terms of the slow streets programming, I'm assuming there's still a backlog because of COVID?
We're actually, at this point, we have 10 locations in construction. 3 additional are still in the planning and design phase. But essentially, we've caught up on a lot of the backlog at this point, to the point where we hope to reopen the program for new applicants.
That's fantastic news. And I'm happy to hear that. And in terms of sort of the new applicants, as this moves forward, how many of these, now that I know that this is essentially how you get the speed bumps, how many of these are we processing a year in terms of like accepting them and moving forward with them?
Well, because we had the backlog, we've been a little bit delayed in being able to keep up with the demand. So I don't think we could give you a firm number of what we're able to do each year. Benit, I don't know if you have any additional insight that you could provide.
So just to add to what the commissioner said, so there are 3 that are currently in design. And then we are also looking at applications that have come in the past and reviewing those and seeing if any of those can qualify for future slow street zones. So that's our current thinking.
That's good to know, and I would love to touch base with you on the ones that have already been filed. I know that one of the ones, I have a trouble spot around Poplar and Beach and in that area. And so if that's a place we can look at, and as far as moving forward with the slow streets, I'd love to have that conversation with you in the future. So now switching tacks a little bit, can anyone give an update about where we are in the past year on the Mattapan Square redesign?
Neat. Yeah, why don't you go?
Sure. So we have recently, through the great work of Charlotte Fleetwood, we have recently been working with local community leaders and organizations for them to help us design a public process for the neighborhood, for the Mattapan Square area rather. And so that's a process that is ongoing. You can expect more and more community engagement in the coming months. It's a really important area because there are so many projects that come together all at that square, whether it's American Legion or Blue Hill Avenue or what's happening at the bus station. All of that has to be coordinated. And so there's been concern in the community about too many things happening all at the same time. And so we're trying to work with the community so that they can be part and parcel of the decision making and really designing the public process with us.
Okay, thank you for that update. What is in one of my other sort of things that I've been pushing on is Hyde Park Ave. I know there was a redesign study or not even necessarily a redesign study, but sort of what folks want to do, community engagement process in 2018 with Hyde Park Ave. One of the major issues there is it's the 32 bus is one of our only sort of 24-hour-ish buses. It's a major artery for us. I think back when they did that study, I think the number was something like 10,000 to 15,000 passengers on the MBTA take that a day. I don't know where it is now with COVID, but is BTD doing anything to coordinate with the MBTA on Hyde Park Ave?
Yeah, so we work very closely with the MBTA on obviously every project in the city, and Hyde Park Ave is one that there was some early discussion pre-COVID, and Matt, I believe Matt's still on the line. Matt, can you give us an update on where we are with those conversations?
Sure, Commissioner. So as you noted, before COVID, we were in very, very early conversations with the community around sort of what the future of Hyde Park Ave could look like. I think the pandemic has gotten in the way of a lot of those conversations, and I think once we can get back to more in-person meetings and we can begin sort of looking at what the future of the street really wants to be. Again, sort of hearing from the community and hearing what that design should look like. I think there's a few different things you'd want to look at. Pedestrian safety being, I think, first and foremost, transit accommodations, bike accommodations, and as I said, working with the community to make sure we get that design right.
Thank you. And I know that this next question, I've heard somebody I think they touched on some of it. I don't know if they touched on all of it. So in terms of the outdoor dining that we were able to do this year, what are the plans moving forward? Are we looking to expand that process?
So as far as outdoor dining, that's a much larger conversation that includes departments other than BTD. We are certainly at the table and very engaged, but we will be reviewing the pilot and working with our other partners, the licensing board, the Public Works Department, PIC, small business. We'll work collaboratively to understand the successes and obviously the challenges, and before moving forward with any future plans, certainly we're going to have more time to evaluate and try to determine what needs to change as part of that program in order to make it sustainable.
Thank you on that. And then just a question in terms of sort of the makeup of BTD. Only 10% of BTD's top earners are people of color. How's the Boston Transportation Department ensuring that its employees of color are not being locked out of higher level positions within the department?
Absolutely. So we have a career ladder within numerous divisions in the department. We do encourage Black and Brown employees to apply, and we have had success in promoting folks from within the organization. Currently, our acting supervisor of parking enforcement for our Town Hall division is African American. Our last two supervisors of parking enforcement in the enforcement division are African American males. So we look at the demographics of the department. We certainly encourage everyone to seek opportunities as they come about. We recruit as best we can when we're hiring through reaching out to organizations, schools, universities. We bring on a lot of co-ops from Northeastern, for example, and we certainly will be working more closely going forward with the Central HR as part of their transformation. They are going to be doing a lot more to help departments in recruitment of candidates of color, and so we look forward to spending, engaging more with that department as well to try to help achieve some of our goals.
Okay, and I see the gavel. I would just note that only 20% of those top earners are women. So we can make sure that those efforts are both doing their best to diversify on both fronts. That would be fantastic. Obviously, there's a number of reasons and benefits to that, including perspectives and life experiences. With that, I see the gavel. I'm not going to go over much more than that. So thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the Transportation Department for the work you do. It's invaluable. Thank you very much.
Councilor, just a correction. I meant to say Cummins Highway, not American Legion about Mattapan Square. So sorry about that.
Don't worry. I knew what you meant.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Arroyo. Now I'll ask my questions. And thank you to the team. I know with both you and Public Works, we've run a bit long here. And thank you to people in the public who are waiting patiently to testify. So first of all, I just want to say thank you so much to your whole team, and also that there are a large number of things I won't have to ask you questions about because we have been recently in touch about them. So I know, Greg, that your team is working on the survey on the Back Bay parking issue. I know, Amy, that we're making progress on Calumet, Terrace Street. That's not the timer. I realize that the bike lane and sort of improved pedestrian situation on Boylston Street and Fenway is kind of, moving forward. So the point is, it's great to have a bunch of kind of check-in questions that I don't have to ask because you guys have been very much in touch. And Matt, I know also that you've flagged, and my office and the Mission Hill neighbors are very interested in making sure that we use the opportunity of this MBTA Columbus Ave project to think about that mid-block crossing at Roxbury Crossing and the plaza. So I'll just say on that please keep us apprised. We want to be able to tell everybody when the first public meeting on that is happening. So please keep us updated. But yeah, just very grateful for all the outreach that you guys do day in, day out to us. So I'll ask a few kind of more like big picture questions. One is just about, and I try to bring this up whenever I'm thinking like about this topic area, sort of signalization and how we're thinking about like signalization policies and shifting them more towards sort of Vision Zero oriented pedestrianization, like Vision Zero type goals. And I ask that because a little bit my impression is that sort of, every intersection in the city is a snowflake. And certainly, like, I really appreciated working with Stephanie and the team so that when we did connect downtown around the parks, we also managed to get those half block crossings into like half cycles. I think that's made a huge difference for the ease of families and just all the pedestrians around the parks crossing. So that's great. I do despair a little bit of the idea that the only way we're going to get more pedestrian friendly signals is to do that at every intersection. So I would just love like a little bit more context on sort of how much we're able to do that type of thing systematically by updating our signalization policy.
Okay, I'll start and then I'll ask Amy to jump in, but essentially we have adopted new methodologies for identifying those pedestrian and vehicle conflicts. And so certainly it's something that we're trying to be more and more proactive on. Amy, do you want to give a little more in-depth on that?
Yeah, I think that we started a program this past year with the TNC funds, and I think we just got the ability to continue with that with additional TNC funds, where we acknowledge that when studying an intersection, a lot of the standard data collection and everything is very vehicle focused, and we don't necessarily get the best picture about what is going on in an intersection. So through this new program, the way that we would redesign an intersection would be with an enhanced data collection. People actually go out there, right, and watch it and see kind of what's happening. And so we will be putting, we're ranking the intersections and basically putting them in to say these should be evaluated from more just a traffic congestion perspective, and that we should have additional layers of data collection and just observation that goes along with that particular signals redesign.
And so how do we expect that to change, like, over time with that data? We think we're going to be able to make more of these changes more quickly?
Yeah, so it would mean that we're making changes that are for all modes with the traffic signal redesign, and not just purely based on traffic modeling and vehicle numbers, which is a lot of how that is working today. So it gives us it's more upfront work in the data collection and understanding how people really move through here and what the kind of struggle spots are, and using that to kind of inform the design rather than something that is much more vehicular based.
Great. Okay, that's wonderful to hear and really good news. Another thing, I know we've got a walk planned for later this week with Charlotte and the East Bends, and we have a bunch of concerns there. I think I'm like every counselor, there's a bunch of places we need speed. People ask for speed bumps, and I'm actually curious whether I've started to get a lot of requests for speed tables. I think there must be somewhere where people are seeing that, like, because suddenly the shift has shifted from speed bumps to speed tables. So it would be good to know if we do speed tables. And definitely both the East Fens and the and Beacon Hill, we see a lot of cut through stuff because of ways these days, and the same whipping around the hill on Mission Hill, although we've talked about that. I did want to know in Fenway, we've gotten a question about whether we could put up signs that tell people about the elevated charge for parking there, because obviously we know that lots of people think a ticket is going to save them money compared to paying for SOX parking, and that hasn't been a dynamic for the past year, but it is coming back. And I think there's something that says like prices may be elevated, but we don't think that necessarily conveys to people the degree to which they're elevated. And since we would rather have them choose not to park there than pay it, just sort of curious if we could tweak the signage on that front.
Yeah, so I mean, ordinarily we don't put the fines on the regulatory signage. I know we did in that particular location put some signage up to indicate that the fine was increased on event days. We can certainly look at modifying some of that signage. I think it's a matter of, it always becomes a maintenance issue for us, and we also get concerned about sign clutter and just from an aesthetic standpoint, obviously less is more. But that being said, we're happy to have a conversation and look at what might be done to try to help convey that message a little better.
Okay, that'd be great. And then on the bicycle front, well, one very tactile district question is just, where are we in terms of thinking about that intersection of Beacon, Arlington, Mugar Way, Storrow Drive? That's kind of really quite scary to cross through, both as a pedestrian and as a bicyclist. But obviously, is sort of, we've got bike lanes up Beacon there, and we've got bike lanes around the park, but that piece is still tricky.
Yeah, so I know that we have plans to look at that area. I don't know if there's anything specific we can report out on this call, Benit or Stephanie. If you have any ideas or anything that you can relay, feel free to jump in. But it is on our list, and we will be focusing on that particular location.
Yeah, we are currently working on it. I think the trick at that intersection is figuring out how to manage the left turns from Beacon onto Arlington Street, which are pretty high. And right now, because of the sort of slip lane design, can overlap with other traffic. And to simplify the intersection, we would need to remove that slip lane design to make it more pedestrian friendly. So we're currently working through alternatives to figure out how we can do that.
Got it. Okay, yeah, and I know that one thing that came up, you know, when the lanes went down around the park last year, one of the things we talked about was that, you know, in sort of all four corners of the public garden, those intersections are pretty messy. And I know that we sort of said at the time, well, we're not changing any built infrastructure. But you know, I would love to be able to get neighbors like, you know, involved and aware as we think about actually changing the built infrastructure. Because I know a lot of folks have talked to me about, well, if we're going to redo this, like, you know, when are we going to redo this? And so I think it would be good to loop people in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just want to make sure that we have the right background information to share with people. But we should be in touch soon.
And on that front, Stephanie, since you're up on my screen, the next step in community engagement around Connect Downtown, we've been talking about Cambridge Street in the context of the MGH project. You know, I know that there's conversations about both Cambridge and Charles. I feel like we've promised folks a real conversation and a public process around that. And obviously we're getting back into the world of public processes that aren't all on Zoom. So just wondering what you think timeline looks like on that.
Yeah, we have a bunch of concepts for Cambridge Street that we are vetting internally over the next few weeks. Hopefully be able to have some next steps in terms of process with the community after that. I will say that no one has seen them except for me and my team. So they're still in the very beginning phases of being analyzed. We also have been doing work not just at the intersection of Beacon and Arlington, but also looking at the other corners and have hopefully some exciting designs to be able to share with people on a few of them, maybe even as soon as next month.
Great, that's great to hear. And are we, sorry, I put a question in there, speed tables, are those a thing that we do?
I think if you mean raised crosswalks, those are a thing that we do, but we don't just put them in because we like to have a flat top on things sometimes, but we do use them for raised crosswalks.
Got it, okay. Yeah, and yeah, obviously I hear quite a lot about in Back Bay, the sort of the long runs, even though we did the road diet on Beacon Street, still get people speeding, and then Com Ave, obviously we have major drag racing issues and people raise it. There's also an issue lately with large trucks coming down Com Ave, even though there's signage telling them they can't, which I suspect is a ways function. I don't know, Commissioner, if we're encountering that throughout the city, like, and if we have communication with like Waze and Google Maps and such, if something's forbidden to large trucks, if there's a way for us to get it to feed back to them more.
We have received concerns in some other parts of the city as well with trucks and, you know, prohibiting trucks on certain roadways. And it's a little more complicated than one would think. You know, we need to work with, in some cases, surrounding communities to determine truck routes and have to have alternative routes. And so I believe most of Com Ave is is a designated truck route. So in some cases, it's an enforcement issue, whereas, you know, once a vehicle is on that road, they may not be able to turn off if they've already committed and created, committed that infraction. So, you know, we look at them as they come in and do what we can to try to help mitigate the issue. But in this particular case, you know, I think enforcement is a challenge because we don't have that ability to enforce those truck routes.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm thinking about, because I know that, like, you know, Waze and these other apps can pop up and tell you like, oh, this is not, and I wonder if there's a way for us to do that more effectively on, it's that last stretch of Comm Ave going to the public garden.
Yeah, we can look at what options there are to try to communicate, you know, with those companies.
Yeah, it's been noticed as a change, which makes me think that there was a route that people were using before, and so that would love to follow up on that. And then Councillor Campbell, who had to jump off, asked me to ask you all just if you could talk a little bit more about the Open Streets program. And one thing she said was great idea that's traditionally been in touristy areas. You know, how are we working with communities of color and low-income communities to expand the option of this program to their neighborhoods? So I just wondered if you could speak a little to the Open Streets plan for the year ahead.
Sure. We have plans to expand some of the Open Streets work that we did in the past, and you know, certainly, you know, we're looking at those communities to be a part of it, not just focusing on the traditional Open Newbury or something in the downtown. Vineet, your team's working most closely on this. Can you give a little more update on that?
Yeah, sure. So essentially, the idea here, Councillor, is to expand the program from the Open Newberries and the Open Charles and the Open Canal Street to out in the neighborhoods. And so we are currently evaluating what's possible. So these would be similar. And I don't know if you remember these, but there was the Circle the City events that were done maybe 5 years ago now or further back, where we basically created car-free streets. There was a section of Blue Hill Avenue, there was a section of Huntington Avenue, just to give you examples from the past. So we are looking at a similar program. We have to determine the locations, but these are miles-long corridors, which will be car-free. They'll allow for people to come out walking, allow for potential for cultural activities to take place so people learn more about their local neighborhood. There may be booths for people to share information. So there'll be some programming that will have to be done. So that's something that's in the very early stages of design.
Great. And where is our conversation with, I mean, it has always appeared to me that we would be able to do more of these if we could have them not require quite as much police coverage, because I think that it takes a lot of hours and cost. And it seems, and I know I personally have been extraordinarily frustrated in past Open Newberries to have police cars driving down the open street that we've shut. Because the whole point to me is that you should be able to walk carefree as a pedestrian without thinking that a car is coming up behind you. So, you know, as we think about expanding it, where is the conversation on that front?
It's something that we definitely will, you know, continue to have a conversation with the police department and do what's right to protect safety.
Great. Further conversations to come, I imagine. All right, and Councillor Campbell also did want to ask about the Slow Streets program. I mean, she mainly wanted to just say that she's seeing them actively progress across her district, so thank you. And then she wanted to also just ask for members of the public watching, and this is a little bit along the lines of what Councillor Arroyo asked, but sort of what the next funding round will be given delays in construction due to the pandemic and all. If somebody's watching this and their neighborhood's never gotten an application in, what should they look for?
Well, I think, as was mentioned in a previous answer or two, you know, we are continuing to work on the existing programs that were accepted into the program, and reevaluating some prior applicants so that we could have a new round of projects to implement. I don't know if Stephanie or Vineet want to add anything to that.
But just to confirm, does that mean that there's unlikely to be an open application call in the near term because of the backlog? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I think the goal is to be able to award new programs going forward. So, you know, that's the objective. That's our plan, is to be able to open it up to, you know, either previously submitted applications or new applications.
Got it. Okay. And I'll just say, I really appreciate the effort that Dan and Amy are working on to also do these tactical interventions without us needing a whole slow streets program, because I do think often that's the scale. That's the scale of things that we get from people, and it feels like a real safety issue. And then it's very frustrating to have to wait years to deal with a safety issue. So, so just, yeah, really appreciate that coming in to complement slow streets. Okay. And then I guess last question is just, I mean, in terms of Councilor Flaherty referenced it, I think all of our offices, we've heard a lot from bicyclists and folks saying, hey, could we get 10 more miles this year? And I think I heard you say 4.5, Commissioner. So I haven't yet had a chance to compare the exact stretches that are in versus out in that ask, but do we have any stretch goals? Is there a chance that we might be able to drive that number northward, or how are you guys thinking about the continuing rollout of the bike lanes?
Well, I think, obviously we want to be very deliberate in our approach and make sure that, we are getting these bike lanes correct and making sure that it's a continuation of a network. And so we're committed to the 4.5 miles in addition to the 6.5 that we did last year. As opportunities arise, we always look to see what we can do. So the opportunity to add to that number is something that we would certainly be open to if circumstances allow.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have to hope that they do. All right. I think those are all my questions, and it is past time for us to let the public testify. It's been a very long hearing. I'm really grateful to you, Commissioner, and your whole team. And sorry, I promise that if I'm in this chair a year from now, we will give BTD its own dedicated hearing, and you will not get stacked with Public Works, because obviously councilors have a lot of questions. But yeah, just thank you very much for all the work that you do. And I think it's, I often feel a little rueful about the fact that it's because councilors and the public care so much about the work that you do that we're also impatient on every front, right? If we didn't care, we wouldn't bother you, and that's part of the irony of public life. But grateful to you and your team, and like I said, especially for all those fronts that we continue to work on across the neighborhood. So with that, I am going to turn to public testimony. I want to express again sincere thanks to the members of the public who have been here, and apologies for keeping you waiting so long. The first pair of folks I have are Becca Wolfson from the Boston Cyclists Union and Stacy Thompson from Livable Streets. So I will recognize Becca. Becca, are you in?
Yes.
Great, you have the floor. Just introduce yourself.
Great, thank you so much, Councilor Bach. I'm Becca Wolfson. I'm the Executive Director of the Boston Cyclists Union, where we work tirelessly organizing residents to make streets safe, accessible, and inviting for everybody, and allow more people to choose to ride bikes. Really appreciate the counselors who've met with and engaged with us and our members, and appreciate all of you being here today, as well as the BTD team who's been working hard to transform our streets. First, I want to notify you all that after this hearing, we're going to be delivering by email, normally we'd march to City Hall, a petition with about 1,500 signatures we've collected from people who live in Boston, some who work in Boston, who travel through Boston, who signed our petition in support of our vision for the Boston bike budget for this fiscal year, where the primary ask has been the build out of 10 miles of protected bike lanes, which happy to hear a lot of you asking and echoing that. And many people don't have the privilege to show up at a hearing like this, and so they made their voices heard through those signatures. So imagine 1,500 people in the waiting room ready to testify. What we're delivering has some really impactful quotes pulled out from folks, and I really encourage you to read those and hear their perspectives. I was more optimistic about the ability to reach those 10 miles than I am right now. And that is really troubling. In the pre-meetings that we got with the Boston Transportation Department, we thought 10 was actually doable. So I'd like to know what's in those 4.5 miles and what's been taken out. And, you know, 11 miles in 2 years, this year and last year, won't allow us to reach Go Boston 2030 goals. Go Boston 2030's 5-year short-term plan called for 32 miles to be built. We still need 20 of those miles this year and next. So 4.5 miles just, again, is not enough, and we really implore you to do more. The latest bike counts, which we really appreciate out of the Transportation Department, showed across all neighborhoods, approximately 10% of people on the streets or bicycles, up to 1/3 of traffic at some locations were people on bikes, and consistently 20 to 25% of people on the road are bikes in several locations. So we're calling for more infrastructure to support those folks, to encourage more in and between all Boston neighborhoods. They really, there needs to be a better effort to more equitably distribute bike infrastructure so all Boston residents can be safe riding a bike. I also just really want to call out something that's problematic. We really implore the city to stop playing favorites and paying favors, making promises to a few people with loud voices who have connections, who are preventing safety projects from happening. People are losing loved ones. They're walking and biking in fear or not walking and biking at all. And I'll be very clear. I'm talking about Center Street in West Roxbury. I'm talking about Charles Street in Beacon Hill and Mass Ave in Dorchester. These projects will save lives and they need to happen. People will be opposed, and you need to know that thousands of people want to see these things move forward. A couple of specific things I want to mention. We want to celebrate the addition of $500,000 invested in open streets, and have heard a lot of councilors calling for those to be more equitably distributed in Boston's neighborhood of colors. All Bostonians deserve those spaces for recreation, connection, and commerce. We brought this up in the police department hearing, but again, want to emphasize that we really hope that budget doesn't go to police. Police at open streets doesn't make a lot of people feel safer, especially in communities of color. Also, bike parking. The investment in bike parking has been the same over several years, only adding about 120 bike parking spaces. When ridership is expanding exponentially, you need to grow your bike parking program too. I know I've spoken for probably over my time, so I will end. There's so much more that I could say and I'd love to say, but I just want to end with people everywhere across the city, in every neighborhood, deserve to safely travel by bike. You need to make progress to stand behind Vision Zero, Go Boston 2030, climate and mode shift goals. Please read the petition. And I want to close out with one comment from that petition that truly speaks to what we're asking for today, from Jordan in Dorchester. Jordan says, I live in Dorchester and bike every day. When I bike to other parts of Boston, I see drastic differences when it comes to bike. We need to treat all neighborhoods the same. People bike everywhere in the city. So thank you for your time. Please check your email boxes later for the petition and keep up the work.
Great. Thank you so much, Becca. And yes, we give you extra time when you come with 1,500 signatures. Next up is Stacy Thompson, and then it'll be Lisa Beatman, and then Adam Pianiezek. And there are two folks in the waiting room, one who's labeled Boston Cyclist Union and one who's Huang Nguyen. If either of you want to speak, if you could just raise your blue hand so I know to put you on the list, that'd be great. Stacy, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. Do I get an extra minute for covering everything Becca isn't covering? Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Stacy Thompson, the Executive Director at Livable Streets Alliance, and I'm also a member of the Vision Zero Coalition that includes a lot of advocacy organizations that aren't here today. And I'm speaking on behalf of everyone in the walking, biking, and transit universe today. I wasn't going to include this, but because it came up so many times, I want to remind the council that since 2017, Livable Streets has been calling for a citywide plan for parking and curbside management. Every single councilor brought up something today that we put in our 2017 memo that we also updated in 2018 and 2019. Somerville actually put out an RFP to update their citywide parking plan, and they're already 2 decades ahead of the city of Boston. So this is doable, achievable. Our partners are doing it, and we're going to keep having these same conversations over and over again until we suck it up and do, major parking reform in the city. It's a fun conversation that we are looking forward to having with all of you. But that's not really what I wanted to cover today. I'd like to start by saying I think we're in a much better place than we were 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we were begging for more resources. We needed more staff. It was a question of if we could even put bike lanes down in some places, and we're not having those conversations anymore. So my message today is not about how do we get more things in the budget. It's more about the how do we get it done, and where are some of the sort of communications and leadership gaps. So some things that I just wanted to highlight that I didn't hear today. The folks in BTD and Public Works have a lot on their plate. I want to note that we don't have a chief of streets right now. Chris Osgood was playing a number of really critical roles, and that doesn't mean that the folks in BTD and Public Works aren't doing a boatload of work, but we have issues with DCR, issues with MassDOT, issues with MBTA, a number of cross-departmental issues, and we do have a gap. And so I want to name that. And I would just say, in other cities across the country, Public Works and Transportation are one department. And we haven't really talked about some of those structural issues. So I want to elevate that again, I think, by evidence nearly having a 4-hour public meeting that maybe we could streamline further some of these departments and processes. I also want to name that there was a large call for some of these projects that we keep bringing back year to year, whether it's the bike network. We're not going to meet our Go Boston 2030 goals. This is something we've known for many years, and we called out last year, along with speed humps, the usual. We heard it all today. A lot of stuff is packed into the budget, and we've seen these things in the budget from year to year, and they don't get done. I'm going to use Columbia Road, which I also called out in the last 3 budget hearings. It's a line item in the budget. We have not hired for that position. We have not made any progress. So what do we do when we put things in this budget and we have the best intentions in the world and we don't get it done? I think that's worth really elevating and asking at the council. And then the last thing that I will just flag is the Vision Zero report card that we shared with all of you is about planning and rethinking. I'm not getting into specific projects because we need a new Vision Zero report card. We need a recommitment to Go Boston 2030. We do think automated enforcement would be helpful in half of the places where folks are calling for speed bumps. It might be more appropriate to be using camera enforcement, and we need to advocate at the state level. So those are the few tiny things we're asking for this year, and we look forward to working with all of you to get it done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Stacey. Lisa.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Let's see. So my name is Lisa Bateman, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Mount Hope Canterbury Neighborhood Association in Eastern Rosendale and the American Legion Corridor Coalition. First, I really want to thank the Transportation Department because we are finally seeing some real improvements, real safety improvements on our corridor. The bike lanes and traffic calming along American Legion, along part of American Legion, but not all of it. And also finally the slow streets installations, which are underway as we speak in our little pocket neighborhood. I have never seen so many neighbors so happy with the speed humps in particular. It's very exciting. What I want to talk about today is really vital things that are missing and left to truly make American Legion Parkway a safe for everyone, safe for pedestrians, safe for cyclists, and safe for motorists. We appreciate the current traffic calming that's being installed along part of American Legion. Unfortunately, we were told that the current project does not, it includes a little bit of intersection changes, some pedestrian interval timing, for example, but mostly we were told that it just, it's too expensive to do with the current project. And it needs to be done. There's not many intersections along American Legion. They are all incredibly dangerous. Some of them are in front of Franklin Park and across from Lena Park Community Center and the Olmsted Green housing developments. Another one is the five-way or octopus intersection at the intersection of American Legion with Cummins and Canterbury, which is death-defying. There was a walk audit conducted there, which included Boston Disabilities Commission participants and people of all abilities on this audit, from quite able-bodied to mobility impaired. Everybody was really afraid to walk out into the street, even when we had a light, because cars were just cutting in front, right and left, literally. So, and then the other thing is that no project so far has included the stretch of American Legion between Cummins and Hyde Park Avenue. It is a, we really need that to be included with the traffic coming, both with the barrier protected bike lanes and the intersection traffic calming installations. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Great, thank you so much, Lisa. Adam, you're up next. And then whoever's here under Boston Cyclists Union, if you want to speak, if you can just rename yourself or raise your blue hand or turn on your video, that'd be great. All right, Adam?
I'll be quick because I don't have 1,500 signatures, but I was one of the signatories. I have a couple points. One, Fields Corner, AKA Little Saigon, I think would be a great place for a car-free open street. There's a ton of restaurants there and the T-stop is right there too. Second, I've heard a lot about speed bumps, but nobody's mentioned chicanes, which I think would be a better alternative to speed bumps because they do the same traffic calming, but they create space we could plant trees and plants in. And there's I imagine it's a much lower maintenance cost long-term because speed bumps eventually wear out. And I don't know if you've seen how big the cars are getting, but some of these cars are so big, the speed bumps aren't going to do anything. Third, I've heard a lot about parking, but as somebody who doesn't own a car, it's really weird because I basically subsidize everybody else who does own a car, which cars are expensive. So like, it feels weird for me to be subsidizing someone who uses a much more expensive vehicle, especially when there's a severe lack of bike parking all across the city. I've talked to a lot of people who live in similar places that are condos or apartments that don't have a lot of storage space, but I've heard a lot of people who would love to buy a cargo bike, but they don't have anywhere to store it. And meanwhile, when I go out on my street, I see tons of cars just parked in the street, and I'd love to just take one of those spots and make them cargo bike parking. And four, I would really love it if the city prioritized Dorchester for safe bike routes. We're the biggest neighborhood in the city by far, and in my opinion, the best neighborhood, but we have no bike infrastructure at all. I think there's 3 flex posts at Talbot Ave and Norfolk Street, and that's like the pride of Dorchester right there for bike infrastructure. It's 3 flex posts. It's really not enough. And when I go down Dorchester Avenue, I'm often the fastest vehicle on the road as is. So if we want to prioritize getting people through the city quickly, like bikes are the way to do it, I think. And when I bike down Dot Ave, I see that half the bikers are on the sidewalks. And if we created, if we took some of the barrels left over from previous pop-up protected lanes and created pop-up protected lanes on Dorchester Ave, Talbot Ave, and Columbia Road, which is part of the Emerald Greenway, but you could never know standing there, I think that would start to create the foundations of a real connected network that would help the biggest neighborhood in Boston and the residents of it to commute safely around the city and everyone else to come to Dorchester too. So I would really love it if we prioritize Dorchester. I know the Mass Ave South bike lanes are happening, but I would really like to see the priority. And I do think that that people in Dorchester do ride bikes. They just don't get counted because they're on sidewalks or taking side streets and avoiding places where you can get hit by a car. I have to note that the paint that's on Dorchester Avenue, I don't consider infrastructure. And I almost got hit by a car the other day who was trying to park through me, which has happened before. And luckily I'm experienced enough to kind of foresee that and broke and use my brakes and stop before the car hit me. But a lot of people aren't. And I would love to see Dorchester Avenue be a place where kids all the way up to 80, 90-year-old people could bike. And I often already see 80, 90-year-old people biking, but again, they're on the sidewalk. So I would really love it if we could prioritize Dorchester. And I do appreciate all the work that's been done. I just really think Dorchester needs to be focused on a bit more. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Adam. Appreciate all those comments. And I think with that, that's all of the public comment that we had. I just want to, again, thank the commissioner and team for being here with us, and for Public Works for being here with us many moons ago, but it was in fact the same hearing. I will ask as an informational follow-up, we would love to know which bike lane stretches are included in the sort of firm $4.5 million. To echo back on that, but thank you all. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for your service to the city. I know we're all trying to push in the same direction here. If you are watching every budget hearing, the next one is going to start at 2:15 for D&D. And in the meantime, this hearing of the Ways and Means Committee is adjourned. Thank you all.
You.